Alright, testing. Say something, Redstone. I think I fixed it.
Something less.
It works. It works. Yes. So, gotta fix static. So,
I can hear you. I'm not sure I can hear me.
I'll talk louder.
I mean, like as if I'm not being sent to the screen.
Hmm.
Oh no, I might be there. It's really quiet.
Yeah. I can turn you up. You were at 90 and now you're at 120. So. Oh, barely. So you can be heard. So I've turned you up 30%.
Alright, test 1, 2, 3.
Can Redstone be heard, gentlemen? How is he still too quiet?
Sounds like I'm coming through your speakers, and then that sound from the speakers is being picked up by your microphone.
I don't think that's the case, because when you talk, my icon doesn't flash green. But
No, no.
just, how about now? Can
Test 1, 2, 3. Oh yeah, I'm a lot louder now. If anything, too loud.
Alright, so I have my microphone input, and I have the audio capture input, which is just you. I need to change the Cosmoteer settings. I mean, what are your thoughts on sounds? Should there be, like, the glorious explosions? Because, like, in the past, whenever I've turned it up, it's been, like, too loud. Yeah, that's been a concern in the past. Don't know where Quiximo is, but I mean, kind of important as one of the casters. Alright, entry. No, check-in. Do you know of any good ways to randomize all the seeds?
Go find a coin.
But how do you sort 11 people through one coin? Or 12 people?
You flip it a lot of times.
I'm intrigued by the prospect, but I don't think it's very efficient. Alright. I have figured it out. Okay, let's see. I'm trying to find... Alright, one... You know, I probably should have given myself more time. I think we should continue the glorious tradition of tournaments always starting late, though. You know, it's just, it adds a lot of charm. Slow move. You're already in. No, he doesn't have the role, does he?
We could hop in a DM group.
Yeah, that works. Apologies for that. Let's see. Plus redstone. Alright. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
Oh, we're not using tournament host chat? Is there a problem?
We'd have to wait for a moderator to give you the role to let you join that chat.
Ah.
So
okay.
it's just faster and easier to do this.
Alright, yeah, that works just fine.
8. Let's see, I'm trying to get the bracket done, so talk amongst yourselves.
Alright, no worries.
Well,
did you still need, or have time to see what was going on with that batch there, Fred? We're a little late at this point.
That's fine. Saris, just so you know, Quiximo and I are still a little out on stream.
A little out?
Loud?
Loud.
Versus SARS.
Audio output capture. Yeah, that's maxed out. I'm not sure why. I think it should be fixed now, because I turned it down. Can anyone confirm? Can also Quiximo be heard?
Well, let me find the post for it. Is there a link in announcements? Where's the stream?
I posted it in the tournament chat.
Chat, okay.
I would.
Jesus, 122 messages. I will look at that later. Why was everybody texting? Oh.
11.
There we go. Found it.
I mean, I pinned it, so you could.
Yep.
Redstone, why did you do that? I already pinned it.
Yeah, we are still louder than you.
Well, I'm pretty sure found all the options for me being louder, so I'll just speak up. Which is always a great solution.
I don't think you need to be louder as much as we need to be quieter.
What?
Maybe.
What are you trying to say?
That the volume settings could maybe still use work.
How about now? Because I put the I'm eating my microphone.
You're a little louder.
A little louder? Only a little?
Moderately.
That's a lot better.
Alright, well. I suppose that works.
There's still a differential. We're probably about twice, double how as loud as you are.
Well, that's unfortunate, but I mean, I probably won't be casting because like you guys are the casters.
Oh.
Oh yeah, introduce yourselves, gentlemen.
I guess I'll go first. I am Captain Redstone. Hello.
And I am Quiximo.
But like, who are you guys? Why are you like upstanding community members?
Well, welcome to the Cosmoteer July 2022 modded PvP tournament hosted by Saris. As already said, I'm Quiximo, your local former tournament winner / Paragon person who's been around for a while, played plenty of games, and this is Captain Redstone. Say stuff.
Hello, I'm Captain Redstone. I break stuff, but more importantly, I just have a lot of knowledge on the technical aspects of Cosmoteer.
Also
Captain Redstone has found more bugs than anyone who is not a developer has any chance of ever finding in their lifetime. and he's not even
Mostly
30.
by accident.
Redstone is also responsible for the grand majority of the implementations of the mod. It like wouldn't exist without him. So arguably he's to blame for this mod, but in a positive fashion.
See, I was told how to balance everything, so I can still blame any issues with the mod on you, Saris.
Great.
Well, bad implementation, I'm sure. Anyways, it's basically no one's fault if something's unbalanced because there's too many middlemen involved. Which is, you know, the ideal situation.
There are a lot of hands in this pot in order to make this mod what it is. And we're not under any illusion that the mod is perfectly balanced, but we wanted to try some things, change some things around. Some of the mechanics for nukes and mines in particular are very different than they are in the vanilla version. And everything is twice as fast when it comes to thrust output, and everything is speed capped at 150 meters per second, which means everything goes very, very fast, and it's a lot easier for everyone to hit the speed cap. So everyone has the ability to maneuver a lot more than they normally would, which hopefully closes the gap between fast things and slow things. Unfortunately, it also invalidated some weapons along the way. Basically, anything that can't hit something that's moving extremely fast isn't going to be particularly effective.
An unfortunate part about the bracket is that three slots are empty, so I'm not really sure how to deal with that. So let's just hope people check in before that, because otherwise the bracket looks off. Let's see if there's anyone I can ping. Namek? I thought Namek was joining. Namek. Offline. Not a good sign. Let's see. Billog already didn't attend. Corrupt. Pretty sure was signing up. And that's mostly it.
Oh, as long as the starting positions are randomized, having it a little unbalanced isn't the worst thing in the world.
Yeah,
Yep.
it's... I pushed the bracket in general, so you could review that if you want.
Got it.
Something tells me that is not randomized.
It's...
For
I-
people on stream, we have 12 players in a normal bracket, and then Saris is fighting nobody for his first 2 matches.
Well, that's because
Ooh.
no one joined. I was planning for there being 16 people. How would you suggest I balance, like, 13 people here?
And Cyrus gets a bye to the semifinals.
Okay, how about I give it to the person who's been on the server the least? Which I think would be Hero Astra or Admiral Curtis.
Sounds fair.
Alright.
Well, if you... actually, yeah, that is kind of a problem. If you move one of the guys from the top down to fight you in the first match, wouldn't that mean that one of the guys up there will get a bye and you'll get a bye, rather than you
Yeah.
getting 2 byes?
I don't think I should probably have a buy as one of the stronger seeds, effectively. But yeah, Hero Astra and Admiral Curtis, because no one's heard of them, will be getting passes.
Okay.
I wish people showed up when they said they would show up. You'd think it would happen, but you would be wrong.
Now, I would say something along the lines of last minute stuff always comes up, but not always.
Right.
There's last minute stuff does happen sometimes, but Saris is definitely right. A lot of people sign up and not nearly as many people actually enter.
Oh, it's part of the tournament, grandness. I only put myself at the bottom because I was, the host. It was just making room for everyone else to join. Yes, the bracket was totally randomized. I put that list of numbers up because it was showing the list of numbers between 1 to 12. That is true. That's...
Ooh.
bruh.
Yeah, so with the current bracket setup, if Gaxian wins their first match, they get to fight themselves.
I'm not sure how I messed that up. That's unfortunate. Alright.
Well, Gaxian, the bad news is that you're going to lose. The good news is that you're going to win.
Alright. 12 player brackets. Alright, should I give the... oh yeah. Weakest players get the pass, so... or least experienced.
And that doesn't necessarily mean you're the weakest players. It just means you're the least blooded tournament goers here.
Yeah, no, nothing is, like, no slights are intended. It's just, like, someone has to be first, and it should probably be given to the players that people are less familiar with, because presumably that's going to be worse off, so to speak.
Yeah, with the Cosmoteer has a very high skill cap, and it seems like a lot of times in tournaments you have a lot of very experienced players that have been around forever, that have been in a lot of tournaments before, and then you have players that are trying it out for the first time. So unavoidably there will be probably a skill discrepancy there. Everyone learns at their own pace.
On the bright side, there will be plenty of blood. It's going to be great.
Yeah, there's no way to really, like, add new people without it also having it be a semi-unfair for a few people, just because of, like, the skill discrepancy. But there isn't exactly enough people to, like, host 2 different skill level tournaments. Alright,
So looking at who I'm up against first, can we switch this to a double elimination bracket?
it is a double elimination bracket.
Oh, it is. That was a joke, but I'll take it.
Yeah, I don't think that bracket's gonna last for super long because I'm actively building another one. But let's see. Almost, well, getting there. It's not almost done. Any expected strategies? Or
Well,
things that come out on
I'm
top?
expecting to see. Well, I'm definitely expecting missile orbiters to not be as dominant as we saw in the last tournament, because missiles have a very hard time hitting fast-moving targets, like we were previously talking about before. I think ions are going to have their day today. They are about as viable as we've ever seen them in this mod, because they have additional range, and they don't have the hitting problems that some of the other weapons do. Additionally, ion orbiters, something that we haven't seen in a couple tournaments competitively, has the advantage of being able to be significantly faster. It cannot be outrun, and it absolutely slaughters things like missile orbiters. So I think you're going to see more of those today.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. I think the main things we'll be seeing today are ion ships, because ions getting additional range is just huge. That's, I think, the only thing that was really keeping them back in the first place. And the other thing I think we'll be seeing is nukes. Nukes aren't like the best thing in the world, but they've been changed so much. I think a lot of people will bring them just to bring them.
I think in the right matchup, they can be very effective. There's a lot of matchups you don't want to have nukes, but in the ones that you do, they can be fairly spectacular, and it'll be fun to see if we get to see one.
Yeah, nukes are definitely viable against slower targets. It's just a matter of fighting a slower target.
I agree.
Oh, another thing actually is railguns, because their equation got changed.
True. Their long rails have their equation changed. Typically, railguns have a diminishing return on the number of accelerators that are on the rails that make it less cost effective to make them longer, and the algorithm was changed so that the more accelerators you have, the more valuable each additional accelerator is, which makes long rails more viable than they've ever been. Additionally, we're probably likely to see some traps show up again, which is something that you haven't seen in a while, because the issue with traps is they typically have not been able to be fast enough to keep up with the kinds of things that they want to trap, or the things that they want to trap don't have the ability to be flanked in such a way that's advantageous to the traps. But now that traps can hit the speed cap, they cannot be outrun, which gives them the ability to actually work. So we might get to see some of those. Rail trap kites will be devastating in the right matchup if we see them as well. They completely smash iron orbiters, which we're expecting to see today.
Yeah, it's like I was saying earlier, this is going to be an interesting tournament because there are so many different ship types that could be viable.
Yep.
It's going to be a very diverse playing field.
Yup, Shade and Commandant are first, by the way, so they can get into the game. The password
Would you like
is
to-
Apple.
Okay. Would you like to announce who's on deck so they know that they're going to be playing next match?
Yes, Shade and Commandant, according to the bracket.
Solid.
Or Commandant and Shade in the preferred order or whatnot.
Do you have a password set?
Yes, it is Apple, like the red thing.
Normally you also change the match title.
Yes.
It's like we have more bracket issues. Wonderful.
What do you mean more bracket issues?
You're missing one.
Gotta be kidding me.
Well, you can just toss them in. You can toss them in at the bottom or wherever, and that doesn't really change anything. If anyone else is missing from the bracket and you don't see your name there, now is the time to speak.
Yes.
Or type, more accurately.
Semantics.
Semantics. Okay, I'm going to pair Hero Astra and Admiral Curtis against one another.
So did the bracket change again? We have Commandant versus Shade and not Lone Wolf?
No, it's mostly the same, actually. It's just that Hero Astra and Admiral Curtis are going to be fighting. And I'm going to put KWH where Hero Astra is now.
Alright, I trust you. Do what you do. Alright, so we've got Shade and the Commandant facing one another. Both are veterans of the community, so this should be an interesting match. I don't remember if they have faced off in the previous tournament or any tournaments prior to that, but they have definitely both been in tournaments before.
Yeah, looks like Commandant is using a big, huge rail fan, and Shade has looks like a rail missile hybrid, or it could just be really, really fast railgun.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to tell by the image.
Yeah, it's an odd silhouette.
It is. And like we discussed in the last tournament, or what, I guess 2 tournaments ago, the singles tournament, typically veterans can look at an image and know exactly what it is, but some of these images are going to be harder to spot because we're seeing some different kinds of matches thanks to the tournament mod.
I believe we're ready to go.
Yes, it's time for the first match. And that will be now.
There's very
Enoshade
little
versus
ship
Z
cycling.
Commandant. Let's hope for a riveting first match.
Given the size of those railguns, I think it will be.
If it doesn't end suddenly because of said size.
Well, it's exciting either way. It's exciting because the railguns are so strong now. Right, so indeed on the left, that is a big, huge rail fan. Looks very scary. And on the right, it is a nuke railgun hybrid. Interesting.
So right out of the gate, you can tell that the Commandant has the range advantage that he can definitely use to try to get as much advantage as he can without trying to kill the word advantage. And he'll probably want to try to stay out of range and use his range to do as much damage to Enoshade as he can before Enoshade gets into range. Enoshade has some rails in the front that he can do some damage with, but his real killer is all of those nukes he has in the rear. The downside is he has to expose his rear to get those shots off, which means he's going to have to be real close, and he's going to have to be real careful about when he exposes it. But if he gets all those nukes off at once, it'll be devastating. The downside currently is that his nukes are not ready to fire. So he's already taking fire, and he's more or less outgunned until he has his nukes ready. The way this is looking, the match could be over prior to that.
Yeah, right there you can see just how dangerous long rails are now.
Significantly so.
You need to be very careful what you show your opponent, because they have enough penetration now to start getting through like shorter armor barrels, especially without shields.
This match could still change if Enoshade gets his if he gets enough nukes launched and loaded. But it is taking a while. He's only got 3 factories to power all those nukes, so it takes a while.
Yeah, it's only...
Go ahead.
I was going to say, it looks like one of the factories is not powered. It looks like the logistics are set up a little incorrectly.
I agree. Oh. Is he going for it? He's going for it. Now here's the downside. Oh, he didn't get a shot off. Commandant had a perfect rear shot, and he just didn't get his shots off. Unfortunately, the nukes didn't do enough damage, and I don't think Enoshade is gonna be ready to take another shot for at least a minute.
Yeah, I think in addition to having that third factory not powered, it looks like there maybe aren't quite enough crew to handle it. It's a little hard to tell, but
yeah, it's hard to say. I haven't seen any power go to that rear factory at this point.
yeah, it looks like it's powered by the power storage beneath it, but that power storage isn't. Oh, that's a big hit.
Oh, there goes a big chain.
That's probably the end of the match, effectively.
Yeah, Enoshade does not have the ability to turn or to right himself, so he probably is dead in the water.
Yeah, this is still technically a winnable situation. He has thrusters, he has weapons, but unless Commandant makes a serious mistake, I don't think Enoshade is going to be able to get anywhere.
All Commandant has to do is back up and wait. Yep.
And there's the last reactor.
And it looks like the first match is going to go to the Commandant.
Indeed.
However, Enoshade has not given up. He's still holding on with his 2 CRs. With his 1 CR.
It's interesting. Most competitive ships will put their control rooms like next to reactors because usually if the reactors explode, it's game over anyway.
Right. And that is game. Congratulations, the Commandant. You move forward.
You know, I think Shade probably should have tried backing up since his nukes were all empty the entire time, and I think he had the speed advantage as well.
I agree. I think spending some time evading and staying just on the inside of the rod would have given him time to have his nukes ready to go, and it also could have given him time to troubleshoot what was going on with his crew to get power to his rear factory that wasn't working. The other major downside to having that rear factory not working or not have any power is, in addition to it not producing anything, it being dead weight, the other two factories were also not getting the boost bonus to help them produce faster because it didn't have any power. So that cut his production capability by more than a third.
Yeah, and even with it producing at full speed and everything, it still would have taken a long time for all the nukes to load. So
ideally, a setup like that wants to be completely fully loaded so that when you fire the first shot, they can immediately start getting reloads. That way you've got basically nukes in the barrel ready to go and a bunch of nukes already produced.
yeah, to be fair, it's that nuke volley is devastating. Even against just solid armor and shielding, it dug a pretty significant hole.
That's true.
And considering the size of that ship, how much armor it had, all the other things it needed to power, it had decent upkeep. It's hard to keep nukes reloaded in the first place.
If you have enough factories, it can definitely be done. But I think Xenoshade had at least 12 or 15 nukes, and that is nowhere near enough for that many launchers.
You have to consider, though, nuke factories are incredibly large, power-hungry, they require a lot of crew. I think there's simply not enough budget left to be able to supply those nukes very well.
Yeah, not with the addition of the front rails.
Yeah.
Which, unfortunately, was just straight up outmatched.
Yeah, that's the downside of using a hybrid ship is sometimes you get the downsides of both archetypes.
That is accurate. Often, that's usually what happens.
Not always, but...
So we've got Hero Astra versus Admiral Curtis. I don't believe Hero Astra has entered a tournament before. I believe I heard him mentioning that this is his first one. And I am not familiar with Admiral Curtis, so this may be a virgin voyage for them both.
Right, so on the left, looks like Astra is using several different ships. He has a missile ship mainly and a railgun ship. And on the right, Curtis has pretty much a traditional missile barge.
It's definitely a missile barge, but I don't know how traditional it would be.
Well, traditionally laid out.
Fair enough.
The shape of missile barges has changed a lot over the years. So the challenge here for Curtis is going to be not showing his side to the opponent, because he's very durable forwards, but not very durable on the sides. So he has to figure out a way to stay in range of opponents without... he needs to avoid getting flanked, basically.
Well, out of the gate, it looks like Curtis is going to have an uphill battle here, because so far it does not appear that he... Oh, actually, he got a hit. It initially didn't look like he was going to be able to get through the PD coverage of Hero Astra's ship on the left, which is problematic enough when he's not worrying about this railfan that's going to try to come around and snipe him. Fortunately, his own PD and his shields are just enough to stop the snipe from being effective.
As long as each railgun shell hits different shields.
Right.
If both of those hit in the same spot, that probably would have hurt.
So far, his shields are holding. What Astra has to be careful of is if Curtis is sneaky, he might be able to get some shots off on this railfan. And that railfan does not have the armor to take very many hits. Oh, that one penetrated.
Fortunately, I think Admiral Curtis is kind of just countered here. That ship design is going to have trouble against flanking, which is exactly what's going on right now. It's going to have trouble against anything with point defense, like the ship on the left there, and it'll have trouble with extremely agile opponents that can dodge missiles, like the ship on the right.
Right.
It's kind of the worst case scenario almost.
Well, he has managed to get a couple hits in, and it's possible that Curtis could take out enough PD in order to take out the ship on the left. It's gonna take a while.
It's still anyone's game.
Yeah,
I mean, considering how outmatched you would think this missile ship would be, it's still alive and still firing. So, good job piloting, good durability.
I agree.
More and more as this match goes on, I think the mines are going to start making a bigger difference. Because, oh, that was a big hit.
That is probably going to prevent Curtis from being able to do any more damage to the PD ship on the left.
Yeah. And there goes another module. With missile ships like this, as soon as you start losing modules, that's a really bad sign. Because not only does that lower your damage output, but one module being destroyed usually opens up holes that allow other modules to get hit, etc. Looks like the Ring of Death is maybe going to make a difference.
Post approaching. Now, if Curtis had a few more missiles left, getting that ram on Astra's PD ship could have made a massive difference. Because PD is not that effective at shooting down missiles when they have the ability to get around it. But unfortunately, it just doesn't seem that he has enough left at this point. And there goes another one.
Typically, one of the best counters to point defense is simply getting in its way. If you get too close to point defense, it can't really shoot at stuff effectively. But since that point defense is diagonally mounted, it's a little harder to do that, even with a much wider ship.
That's true. We might be seeing a CR snipe here in a moment. Nope, not yet. Oh, close. It was hit.
It is worth noting that that ship does have 2 control rooms, so even if that one CR gets destroyed, it will still be able to fly.
Good point.
I think at this point, Admiral Curtis is definitely in trouble. Any significant hits to the side are going to, I think, lower his damage too much to be viable, and his thruster module is starting to be a bit exposed as well.
So you notice Curtis did change his fire in order to put some pressure on this rail. That was something that if he had done earlier and got a few extra shots off, that could have been devastating to the rail. And even if it wasn't devastating to the rail, just the threat of his doing that could have prevented the rail from having the ability to just take whatever shot it wanted this whole time.
Yeah, it's not always even about how much damage you're doing. Sometimes it's kind of a mind game as well. Because if you fire missiles at that rail kite, in order for the rail kite to survive, Astra has to really pay a lot of attention to it. that brings his focus away from other things.
The other thing that Curtis could have potentially tried was presenting his side to the missile ship and seeing whether or not his PD was enough to shoot down all the incoming missiles. Because he doesn't have that much firepower, and his shields might have been able to absorb the majority of the rest of it.
I believe he actually tried that at the beginning of the game. It looked to be doing decently well, but it wasn't quite enough to fully fight off the missile volley.
Yeah, 6 PD for 8 missile launchers would be difficult. Actually, it's more than that.
I don't
10
think
missile
it's,
launchers.
I think it's less a problem with the HE missiles as much as the EMP missiles, because they're so fast and they have so much health.
Right.
So briefly, we had Astra going outside of the Ring of Death there. So his ship is going to be slightly damaged, but there's no, like, functional damage, I don't think. None of the PD is broken, so I'm not sure that'll make a, oh, a little bump there.
Credit to Curtis for holding on with as much damage as he's taken. Still getting it a good go.
Yeah, and it's a sign of a good pilot to keep on trying to fight, because anything can happen.
That's true.
There have been plenty of times where you'll think, okay, I've taken major damage, I have no way of winning this fight, I'm just going to give up. But sometimes you do actually get that edge, like your opponent will make a mistake, or you'll get a lucky hit, or something like that, and you can win with half of your ship blown up. It happens more often than you'd think.
We've definitely seen it. We've also seen a weaponless ship defeat a ship that still has weapons. Just because they were able to outlast them long enough that the rod killed their opponent.
Speaking of the Ring of Death, it is closing. It's becoming very small. What that means is if they want to avoid damage, they're going to have to stay a lot closer to each other. That'll especially affect the railgun kite, because
Well, we've got to split.
Oh, yeah, that's a problem. I think that's pretty much game. The only functional weapons that Curtis has now don't have any thrusters attached, and they are slowly drifting outside of the ring.
Well, you can turn that PD on. Turn that PD on and start peppering him.
Yeah, it's worth a shot. No pun
There
intended.
you go. Do it. And Astor did a pack with more PD.
Yeah, and I believe that thruster module no longer has a control room. So the only thing keeping Curtis alive is the section of his ship that is outside of the Ring of Death. Not a place you want to be.
No, looking like that's gonna be game.
For those that may not be familiar, the Ring of Death doesn't instantly destroy anything outside of it, but the further outside of the ring you are, the more passive damage you'll take. So as the ring closes here, that section will be taking more and more damage, and eventually it will just explode. Right now it's about half health. Oh, that was a big hit. Since the health of that section is so low, you'll see the missiles and railguns are doing a lot more damage. And alright, none of those missiles hit. There. Good game.
And good game.
Great piloting by both parties.
And Hero Astro advances.
I believe next in the bracket is Space Cat versus Juno. I'm kind of surprised that that we haven't seen more nukes so far.
Yeah,
Well,
not
no,
yet.
it has only been like 2 games though.
Uh, true. But even if they're not always the most effective thing in the world, they're so fun to use.
They look super cool too.
They're probably now the most exciting weapon, even if they're not functionally the best thing in the world.
Well, railguns will always have a soft spot for me, but nukes are definitely like, since they're modeled after torpedoes now, similar to the Expanse, it's very cool looking. So, Space Cat and Juno have both been longtime players. I think longer than the previous 4 people. By a semi-significant margin.
Yeah, Space Cat has been around forever, though they usually stick to more aesthetic designs. Not to say that their competitive ships are bad by any means. They strike a good balance between aesthetics and effectiveness. Quiximo, are you there?
Yeah, he kinda just dipped. I'm sure he'll be
Well, he
back.
disconnected.
Oh, he disconnected. That's
Yeah.
unfortunate. I guess I will be helping cast the next one.
It's possible that like his computer crashed or something.
Yeah, it's not a big issue.
Yeah. Yeah, and he just left the voice chat
Fortunately,
timed out.
fortunately he's not also attending like you and me are, so that wouldn't be a concern either.
Well, I'm sure he'll be back soon.
He better.
Right, so looks like Juno has either a missile barge or a nuke barge selected. Well, it's kind of barge-ish, kind of like an orbiter. And I retract that statement.
So this is one of the concerns, is that there's counterpick loops, where since you can determine what a ship is most of the time from the preview, you can determine how well your ship will do against it. It's like rock, paper, scissors, except you can see what both players are bringing. So the idea is that both players bring rock. They both think that they're confident they're going to win.
Are we going to be waiting for Quiximo? Or do we want to do this next match without him?
We can easily do it without him.
Alright. There's that same ship again. If I had to guess, I would say that it uses nukes. It's hard to tell. The modules for high explosive missiles and nukes usually look pretty similar. And Space Cat has a wall that's probably going to be lasers, maybe cannons. Whatever it is, it looks agile.
Normally in vanilla, I think that most would say that the ship on the right since it has missiles and can just go in circles, is much harder to catch and would win. But because of the speed changes, Luke can go much faster and probably keep up with Juno. Or Space Cat.
I don't think Space Cat is necessarily faster, but they're all around more agile. Even though Juno's design is very fast going in one direction, it can't really slow down or turn particularly well, whereas Space Cat's ship has a lot more omnidirectional thrust.
So this is the first time that a player has decided to not immediately engage, which I think is probably the best decision, given that the less space Juno has to maneuver, the worse off they are. Since Space Cat has effectively much shorter range than the missiles.
An interesting choice, because Juno does outrange them. So, running for now is, as long as they can stay out of range, I think that'll be a benefit as far as the HE missiles go. The thing I'd be worried about is the mines, because as the Ring of Death shrinks, mines become harder and harder to avoid. It looks like we might be seeing the first bit of engagement here. Yep, there go the missiles. You can see the difference in range with these two ships. Right, Space Cat dodges the missiles.
Still both at 100% health.
Yeah, neither of these ships have taken any damage at all
Though that
so far.
appears that it might change. Very
No, that was a good dodge.
So yeah, once both ships are at the speed cap, they can't disengage, or they can't actually engage, because they're both going at the same exact speed.
It's an interesting piloting battle here, because Juno wants to get close enough to fire missiles, but not close enough to actually get fired on like that. You can see just how delicate the back of that ship is. Just a little bit of laser fire, and there goes a module.
I think that Space Cat has more damage, it's just that he has to go through the front, which is very bad, because there's a lot of armor in the way.
Yeah, Juno's ship is more focused around outlasting the opponent, doing little bits of chip damage here and there, and just being incredibly durable.
Barely
Space
avoided.
Cat's ship.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Barely avoided the mines there. Mines, in this mod, they're changed to deploy a lot faster, so it's much easier to put them right in front of someone's face as they walk into it. And mines do catastrophic damage. You wouldn't guess it because no one ever gets hurt, but if you fly through them, you will take damage. So dodging them is very important.
Yeah. Mines actually have the highest DPS out of any weapon in the game. It's just you have to run into them first. It's also worth noting that mines typically do more damage the faster they're hit, because all of the projectiles kind of explode out in a circle. They don't last very long, so the faster a ship is traveling, the more of those projectiles it will run into before they disappear.
It's part of the reason why going as fast as possible through minefields is how to get killed by them. But if you go through moderately slow, you can shrug off most of the damage.
Yeah. If you're going slow enough, you can usually just tank damage, especially to the front. They're most dangerous, I think, on the sides, because typically you don't have very thick side armor or any sort of side protection. It's very easy for monothrust ships to simply drift into them.
Mono thrust being one directional, like on Juno's ship. Luke also has a
Yeah.
lot of point defense and flak, which can both shoot mines down, which doesn't help from the side, but makes it so that he can back up through them or go forwards into them pretty
You saw their
safely.
Space Cat kind of slowing down a little because they saw they were about to hit mines and couldn't really get away in time, so they minimized the damage done to their side by slowing down, preventing some of those mine projectiles from actually hitting them. Right, a little more engagement here. Nothing major. Juno's problem is just going to be doing damage with the missiles. Not only does Space Cat have flak to shoot the missiles down, but Space Cat is fast enough and a good enough pilot to dodge most of the missiles. So it's kind of a battle of attrition here, and I think the Ring of Death is going to make a big difference later on. Yeah, right there you can see just how effective mines are at disrupting people's piloting. Because if Space Cat wanted to stay engaged there, stay in range, they had to plow straight through the minefield full speed, and that would have done serious damage.
Yeah, most of the time mines aren't actually like the main weapon as much as their spacing tool. Because under certain like you don't want Luke or Space Cat to be behind your ship, so you just deploy mines, and you can't like try and continue to run forward and keep shooting at you.
Yeah, generally very fast designs like this, they're very fast in one direction, but they typically don't have the greatest like maneuvering ability in the world. So when you have so many mines dotted around the map, it really slows them down. They can't just travel straight to their opponent or their desired destination. They can't keep the same speed going, and it messes with their maneuvering because where they would otherwise want to be could be covered up by mines. That was a nice dodge there. Right, so at this point, the Ring of Death has shrunk to the point where I don't think either ship can really stay out of range
Yeah.
without going outside of the Ring of Death, which would probably be a bad idea.
Well, it'd probably be preferable for Juno than having Space Cat right behind him. But I think Space Cat has taken a lot of damage and is like starting to struggle when it comes to that thing. And it's so hard to get through that armor, even if you're at full HP, and Space Cat's down to 71%.
Yeah, Space Cat has definitely lost a lot of weapons, which is going to hurt them. But again, as the Ring of Death shrinks, Juno either has to stay in range more, allowing Space Cat to do more damage, or they have to stay outside of the Ring of Death, which is going to passively damage all that armor, making it easier for any hits from Space Cat to actually start piercing and doing functional damage.
Yeah, it starts being really problematic being outside the ring, because your entire ship takes damage over time.
Yeah. Just staying outside of the ring for a second isn't going to do much, but it's a lot of damage over time. Something you don't want to do often.
But obviously it can be preferable if like certain death is inside the Ring of Death.
Yeah, it is an escape route. It's just usually not a good one.
Yeah.
And here, I think we're going to start seeing the effects of both the ring and mines at the same time. Space Cat really has no option except to plow straight through them, and you can see how much damage that did.
One of the best uses of mines is to put them in between your opponent and the Ring of Death, so that they have to take damage getting in, or take longer to get in, and take more damage that way. It's very difficult to get back in once you've been boxed out with mines.
Yeah. And just, the only actually hit a few mines on the way back, but it did enough damage. They lost most of their weaponry, and you can see right there, missiles took out the last remaining bits. So
So this isn't
I
quite
think
over because the Ring of Death has, well, I guess I'm wrong. The Ring of Death has heavy RNG factors. So if both players just went into the ring, it's completely random which one will survive.
to a point, the if you have two ships that exit the ring at the same distance at the same time, that is true. It's random. But at that point, Space Cat had taken more damage previously from the Ring of Death, which means if they just sat still, Space Cat would be the first one to hit 0 health and explode.
Yeah, if they both go in at the same time, then that's skewed with. But if it's just like they both, the first thing they do is go into the ring, then it's going to be equal chances. Which is why you should never give up, because sometimes the enemy just dies faster.
Yeah.
For no very apparent reason.
Right, so next, I think I'm actually next.
Yes, you and Slowking are up next.
Typically, this is where Quiximo would start talking a lot, but he's still not back. Wonder what happened to him.
And I'm sure he's fine. But I can easily take care of things. You just need to mute, is all.
Yep. Alright, so I'm going to mute and deafen so I can't hear what Saris is saying. So, no tips, unfortunately.
Yes. Since we're both in the caster booth. We can't have Redstone technically cheating by hearing the commentary that the casters have. Because the stream, like players are actually allowed to watch the stream of the tournament. It's just that there's massive delay. So it's arguably not actually useful. But it's still sometimes a tool that can and will be used. I'm not personally sure of the circumstances where it'd be useful, but it's something to be aware of. So, Redstone. One of the changes to this mod was that railguns, as previously mentioned, have compounding accelerator buffs. And anyone who's played Cosmoteer, is aware that railguns have diminishing returns when it comes to accelerators. So essentially, really long railguns have significantly more damage. And Redstone's ship, the Glass Cannon, aptly named, is all about having as many accelerators as possible. 80 accelerators split among 4 rails is unheard of in vanilla, and it will absolutely poke holes through Slowking's ship. Slowking's ship is about being fast and dodging, which is kind of difficult when your opponent is using railguns because they're very hard to dodge. And there isn't very much concentrated defense. So yeah, any hit is going to do damage. It's just that Redstone has a limited number of hits because this ship is so fast and capable of getting behind Redstone. But these hooks are coming in handy. They are preventing Slowking from getting close grip. But splitting might have not been what he wanted because now there's the issue of being flanked. And once that happens, you're going to have very big issues. Oof. Redstone was spinning too fast there, so the rail shells actually hit the sides of his barrels. That probably would have been a lethal hit, but he needs to slow down if he wants proper volleys like that. I think Redstone wins from here. Slowking no longer has the ability to flank, he just has the one ship. And the one ship cannot flank by itself, mostly. Okay, Redstone, railguns are relatively power hungry, so he has fewer shots. He has to wait for some time now to reload, even though he can win in one shot once the shot loads. And the second issue is that he only has one control room, it's somewhere, and his reactor that powers that control room is on fire. So if he can get the shot off, he wins, but it exploded. Very unfortunate, but a good match. Very close.
I'm back.
Oh, welcome back. I'm back too.
Thank you. I had a freak power outage.
Oh,
Thought I fried
fun.
my computer. Fun times.
Well,
Thank
that's
you.
classic tournaments for you. If it can go wrong,
Yeah.
it will.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
My power went off and on so many times I was afraid I fried the whole damn thing.
Oof. That would have been very unfortunate.
It would have. So sorry for the technical difficulties, folks.
No, you're fine.
No worries.
I got an entire round to myself.
Was there
I
another
must-
technical difficulty?
Was there what?
Was there another difficulty as well?
Redstone was in game, so he couldn't cast. So it's just me.
Oh, fun.
But that is fine.
Is it still
Let's
Apple?
see.
Yes.
Should be. Yeah. A little upset that my thruster module died to fire.
That
'Cause-
was a little bit unfortunate to watch. You only needed one more shot.
Yeah, and it was mostly powered back up too. It was just waiting on like a few crew members. But fire extinguishers save lives, which is weird saying because I did have fire extinguishers. I don't know why they didn't help.
Well, I tried to join it too many times. Now I can't get in.
Also, shout out to fire extinguishers. I'm sure that there's been at least one ship that has died due to lack of them. Like, I think Redstone just had too many fires, but there's always a ship that dies to fire because it has no fire extinguishers.
Yeah, I suspect what happened there is since he was using cannons which start fires, even just a slight hit to that module started enough fires to kind of distract crew from the important parts.
Password APPLE, correct?
Yes, Apple.
No case?
All lowercase.
All lowercase. Yep, well, it's not gonna let me in.
Okay, I'll turn off the password because you're incapable of typing.
I'm in.
There we are.
APPLE.
Yep, tried it. Didn't work. Don't know what to tell you.
Alright, Kexian has select. Alright, I need to turn off because, you know, it's my match. I'm also going to
Right.
deafen. So, no, I can't deafen because I need to record both of you talking. So I'll ignore advice you have.
Ceres the accidental cheater. Right, so it looks like Gaxian has a rail wall. Looks absolutely terrifying. Even though long railguns are much stronger than they are in vanilla, short railguns are still not to be underestimated. They do a lot of damage. They just don't
Yes, they do.
always penetrate as far.
That's true.
And looks like Ceres is using an ion kiter.
Yep, we got to see this in one of the pre-games. He's using his ion to sever his own crew compartment to make himself a little bit lighter. That saves him on having to use a explosive charge to do the same thing.
I think the deciding factor of this fight will be range. If Ceres can stay out of range, then Gaxian really has no response. Whereas if Gaxian gets into range, Ceres is probably going to die in a few hits.
Well, Gaxian tried to seize the initiative to get into range quickly, but he wasn't quite able to do it. So range-wise, there we go. Cyrus has the range advantage, and he just has to stay out of range and do enough damage while staying out of the rod, and Gaxian probably doesn't have an answer.
Yeah, you can see just how much damage those ions are doing all stacked on top of each other.
Oh!
Oh, big volley, big hit, but that could have been a lot worse. Ceres did a really nice job of dodging that. All of his weapons are still functional, it's just his thrust is a little impaired.
Well, Cyrus is popping out of the rod here. Yeah, Gaxian could get another shot like that. That could be it. Looks like Cyrus is still at the speed cap, though.
Not
So
sure,
he's still going to be hard to catch.
I think the play here actually for Gaxian is to just kind of stay there right on the edge of the ring. It forces Ceres outside of the ring, or
Yep.
Otherwise, Gaxian can just turn and deliver a big hit.
I agree.
And the longer this goes on for, the more damage Ceres will have taken, and the easier it'll be for railguns to really get those big juicy hits.
Gaxian chose to let him back in, and we'll see how that plays out for him.
I don't think that was chose to as much as was forced into.
Well, he still could have turned into him and tried to continue to force him outside of the rod and waited to capitalize on when he came back to him. Now, Cyrus can just continue to, oop.
Ooh, big hit there.
That's probably the end of the speed advantage.
Yeah, at this point, I don't think Ceres has enough thrust to keep out of range. So as soon as he loses that last control room...
There went a bunch of his firepower.
Barely missed there.
Very close to taking out his last reactor there.
Yeah, and you can see just how much of a difference the Ring of Death can make. Ceres' ship is now at half health, which is why all of those railguns just...
He's about to split. Oof. Cyrus is still not out of this because Gaxian is having more and more trouble looking straight at him. And since he can't look straight at him, it makes it a lot more difficult to keep up with him, even with the pathetic amount of thrusters he has left. He's still very light, which makes him pretty fast.
Yeah, as Ceres was getting back into the Ring of Death, he did hit the very edge thruster module on Gaxian's ship, which not only means that there's those thrusters taken out of commission, but the thrusters on the other side also can't really work either, because if they all fired forwards, the ship would start to spin.
Right.
So effectively, that's really bad.
There went the split.
But the split, if anything, is actually good, because that gives Gaxian balanced thrust again. They can move forward instead of just spinning.
Oh,
Ooh, nice shot.
Nice shot.
That was a very close game. Good piloting.
Good match. Gaxian advances.
And you know, this is the sort of thing that I'm really excited for in this tournament, is neither of those ships would have been especially viable in vanilla, especially the Ion ship.
That's true.
It's two designs you'll almost never see fighting against each other and having a relatively even match.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, typically rail walls are not very common, but they're around, and ships like what SARS used are almost unheard of these days, but you saw that they can still give a pretty good telling of themselves.
Yeah. To be clear, rail walls have been used in the past, but they're incredibly weak to anything that can ram them. They're kind of like a glass cannon also. They do serious damage, but they don't have the greatest range or maneuverability, and as soon as they lose the maneuverability game, it's just, they have no response.
Yeah, they're stuck.
Right, so now we have Commandant versus, we'll just be calling them KWH, because I don't think that is humanly possible to pronounce. So this is Commandant's second match. I believe KWH got a bye, effectively. They had known to fight in their first match. And I believe that's a massive laser V that they've selected.
Hey, it looks like we were looking at a biter. I haven't seen one of those in a long time.
Very long time.
Aptly named Laser V. They're typically called biters because they kind of remind you of Pac-Man.
Kinda, yeah. And they also kind of, quote-unquote, bite onto opponents.
Right.
Usually you'll see them ramming. Right, so unless KWH switches, which it doesn't look like they're going to do, this is going to be an interesting match. We have big, huge, bulky, high-damaging laser ship versus what looks to be a much smaller laser ship with less firepower that is much more agile. So this is going to be big damage versus high maneuverability. Oh, that laser V has 74 blasters.
Yep, they've got the firepower advantage.
Oh yeah.
And they have decided to go completely shieldless in order to take as many shots as possible. The first thing that I'm noticing, though, is all of those energy storages that they have are empty, and they have one large reactor. So it would probably take them upwards of 30 seconds to a minute just to get them charged.
Yeah.
So they're going to be dead empty.
And there you can already see the advantage of maneuverability. Commandant has all of his weapons in range of just the slightest edge of KWH, which means he can fire everything and KWH can't fire much back.
Well, he is getting some damage in. So far, the combination of shields and flak and the maneuverability advantage have prevented him from taking any significant damage.
But it's still anyone's game. The damage output of lasers is often underestimated. They are terrifying in this large of an amount. So if Commandant makes really any significant piloting mistake, he could very easily lose a reactor or two.
Unfortunately, you're already starting to see that his lasers are running out of power, which means KWH needs to end this very quickly. And unfortunately, he's aiming for the edge. He just needs to hit him center mass with a massive amount of power in order to get him. But I don't know that he's going to have the energy to keep this up. Most of his lasers are out at this point. They're just not firing.
You can see just how much damage that ship can do, even though a lot of its lasers are, well, all of them are offline now, but a lot of them were offline and it was still doing sizable damage to Commandant's shielding there. Almost broke through several times.
This is a good example of why it is so important to test your ships before you bring them to a tournament. And one part of testing a ship is starting it empty and seeing how long it takes to charge everything, particularly stuff like power storages and your ammunition. Otherwise, you're walking into a firefight with a weapon that's not loaded.
Yeah, that definitely hurts some designs more than others. Some parts and weapons start empty to prevent pretty much exploits. Others don't. So typically energy ships, laser-based ships that don't use power storages will load up very quickly, whereas stuff like nukes can take a really, really long time to fully get fired up. I'm not actually sure what's keeping KWH alive at this point. Oh, they have a control room on a second section that got disconnected earlier. Looks like Commandant is going to go try and finish them off.
Yep. Yeah, it's a good example of how a combination of speed and resilience and shields can beat sheer firepower.
Yeah. Shields and speed really work well together because even though shields aren't the strongest thing in the world, the agility that ship has allowed it to distribute damage evenly across all of those shields, and nothing really ever got through. Any section of that ship can't take much firepower for long. It's as durable as it seems because you can't really hit any one section of the ship for very long.
Well, congratulations, Z Commandant, for advancing. We did say this was double elimination, right? Did we say that?
Yes.
Okay, so
It is double
we'll be seeing
elimination.
Okay, good. So we'll be seeing KWH again.
Right, and I believe next we have Juno versus Astra. and they've already joined.
Technically, we'll be seeing everyone again. No one has been eliminated thus far.
So, not to say this is what's going to happen, but I believe Juno is a much more experienced player than Astra. So, just based off of like playtime and stuff, Juno probably is going to win this. Not necessarily though. You never know.
Juno has definitely spent more time in the competitive environment. But we'll see what Astra brings to the table. Looks like some kind of railfan.
I'm worried about with that railfan is how square it is. Typically with railfans you want them to be a little more rounded, because square designs like that can very easily be rammed, and Juno's first ship there has ramming hooks. Otherwise, that looks like... Sorry, go ahead.
Well, it looks like Juno may be going straight for the ram. And we'll see whether or not he can cling on. He has a very, very large number of shields on the front. So it's possible that if he can ram and keep Astra in one place, that his shields will be able to just soak any kind of sustained fire that Astra has. However, Astra was able to roll off, which means Juno is looking at receiving a railfan. So you see he's canting himself a little bit in order to distribute it. Astra stopped his rotation in order to turn back, which probably may not have helped his case, because his rotation is all that's preventing him from getting caught in a ram.
I actually have to disagree with you there. He has a lot of torque with that rotation, so I think he should be able to reasonably escape most rams. Turning back like that allowed him to get a shot off slightly earlier, and considering how many shields Juno's ship has, you want to get as much damage in as quickly as possible.
Fair enough. We'll see if it pays off. The problem with stopping is it allows those missiles to focus fire one spot, and that side armor isn't going to hold forever. He needs to distribute it as evenly as he can. Unfortunately, Juno's little secondary craft hasn't made much of a difference yet at this point. Meaning he may have been better off just bringing a bigger missile orbiter at this point. So you're seeing Astra's again trying to get his speed back up in his rotation. He's down to 1 block of armor in a couple places on his side armor.
I'm not sure those railguns were set properly, unfortunately. They weren't even aimed at anything sizable.
Yeah, that's true. It is important to make sure your rails are on fire at target, not fire at will. Yeah, that was aimed properly.
Yeah, and you can see there just how much momentum that spin is carrying. Juno's trying to ram it and just is getting swatted aside. So this could be a big
side
hit.
shot. Yeah.
Ooh, almost.
But he should have a solid fanning there. Or
No,
not.
I think at this point his logistics are starting to run into issues. He's trying to
Doesn't appear
fire
that way.
so often his railguns aren't reloading in time. Oh, that could be a problem. Astra has taken so much damage to his side armor, it's now kind of jagged, which means that Juno's hooks are going to be a lot harder to get off of.
Accurate.
Still has enough torque to make it around, but starting to struggle.
Fortunately, the less armor, the less armor he has, the faster he'll spin. But it's really important to make sure he doesn't get breached at this point. He is running out of armor quickly.
Yeah, even if you don't take any damage to like a railgun or a reactor or anything through a breach, what can happen is you take damage to thrusters, and as soon as you start losing thrusters in this scenario, you can get rammed more and more easily, and it's just generally a big problem. Oh,
Well,
but that was
that
a
hurts.
big hit. So that is effectively cut
Half.
Juno's damage in half, because the second ship only really has one ion that's not going to do much.
So the question remains whether he can get through that front with all those shields. If he keeps it in the same spot, I think he can. He's just about got a shot through.
Maybe. I'm not sure the railguns on that ship have quite enough upkeep to get through all the shields. The shields are going to be... There's a lot of them, and they're going to come back online very quickly because they're powered, I believe, directly by a large reactor.
Oh, I think he can get through. If he gets the right shot and he doesn't hit armor, I think he can definitely get through.
Well, you might be right.
That was half of his rails, and he definitely hit an inside shield. He just needs a full volley, however long it's going to take him to charge.
Yeah. You can see there, though, the hole in the side armor is starting to make a difference. He just lost one of his 6 railguns.
Yeah, he can't afford to lose any more. If he loses more rails, that's the point where the shields will just eat whatever he has left.
Yeah. And
Alright,
with...
he's charged. He has a shot. Fortunately, that was not the shot he needed.
As is the theme with most competitive designs, as soon as you start taking any sort of functional damage, that's a really bad sign, because ships are designed to take a lot of damage to kind of like they take ablative damage. You have armor, you have sections of a ship that are dedicated to like storing crew or stuff like that. Ships can take a lot of abuse, they can have a lot of parts destroyed before they really stop working properly. But as soon as you see an actual like weapon or reactor or something take damage, that's an indication that all that ablative armor, all that protection has started to wear off. And usually more important stuff is quick to follow.
So you saw there that Hero Astra decided he needed to take care of the smaller ship first and get that ion out of the way so it stopped picking at him. And Yare smartly turned on his PD and closed in order to pepper the inside and force him to take another shot at it, which bought his larger ship some time. So Astra, whoop, there it goes.
Ooh. Now, the ship is still alive, but I don't think... depending on how the crew are configured, I'm not sure the railguns will actually receive any more power.
If Astra had had a shot, that might have done it right there. He could actually take off all of his weapons right now if he gets the... Nope, he didn't shoot the right spot.
No, it's hard to micromanage that quickly. Piloting is harder than it sounds.
That side shot almost did it too.
And part of that is just how many thrusters Astra has lost at this point. He's having a lot of trouble moving forwards, a lot of trouble turning.
And he's almost lost his forward movement at this point too. He's gonna run out of power.
Yeah. Technically the ship is still alive and functional, but realistically I think it's pretty much dead in space.
Yeah, at this point Jari just has to sit there and wait.
Yeah, and there it goes.
Good games, guys.
Good game.
Congratulations to Juno. And Astra, we'll see you in the next bracket.
I think it's worth noting that like rails do less damage to shields because of how the game works, which is kind of really bad for you if you're trying to fight that many shields.
Right.
Yeah. Railguns perform badly against armor and very, very badly against shields due to the way penetration works. So pretty much the last thing you want to be fighting is a giant armor brick with 2 layers of shields.
With the right setup, it goes in a different direction, because you can just overpower the shield so quickly without any armor behind it. They just fall down. But Astra wasn't able to hit the same spot with enough precision to make that apparent.
Yeah, I think if they had a couple more railguns, or their railguns had more accelerators, it would have made a significant difference.
There
But
were some mistakes that Astra made. His aiming wasn't quite as accurate as you might want it to be. Additionally, I think he was aiming for the reactor the entire time rather than the armor, which meant he wasn't able to drill a hole as accurately as he would have been able to if he had just decided to spend the first part of his time taking out a hole in the armor and then focusing on the shields behind that. He spread the damage out a lot, and that is exactly what you don't want when you're fighting shields.
yeah. Right, so the next match has already started. We have Lone Wolf on the left with a missile ship that I'm a little concerned about. And on the right we have Slowking with is that cannon traps? Yes. So that missile ship does not have a reactor. It is entirely powered by just having like power storages effectively.
This is about as
So-
unique a ship as you're likely to see in a tournament.
Yeah, it's gonna have really, really high damage, but yeah, like Slowking is saying, as soon as it starts running out of power, it has absolutely nothing it can do. It will be dead.
I actually don't know where the majority of the money goes in this, because it has 32 launchers, but there are
think-
much tougher ships flying around with this amount of firepower.
I think it's the number of factories. It looks like he has one factory per launcher.
Yeah, that's probably it. That is, unfortunately, overkill. You can actually make do with a lot less factories and build something with significantly more firepower if you're going to go as severe as this one.
And you can see there, even with almost no shots being fired, Lone Wolf is already admitting
Out of
defeat
power.
because he has no power left. He can't. He can no longer chase Slowking.
So this means Slowking just has to wait in the middle for the rod to kill him.
Yeah. It's definitely an interesting design. It's innovative, and I like that. But it's not the most durable thing in the world. I think if you could make that last a little longer, it would be a very effective design.
It's an interesting idea. I'll give it that. It might
Also-
have been worthwhile to cut down on some of those factories to make them a little more efficient and add at least a reactor to the thrusters so that this doesn't happen.
Yeah. Now, one thing that hasn't really come into play that is really cool is almost all of that ship is linked with explosive charges. If any one section fully runs out of power or missiles or whatever, you can simply detach it so you can move faster, save a little more energy with the rest.
So what Lone Wolf is trying to do is turn around his ship and use the remaining energy in his thrusters to try to get at least back inside the rod. But at the speed he's moving, I'm not sure that that's going to be possible. I think he may run out of energy before, yep, he has run out of energy.
Yeah. It's an unfortunate way to go, but it's what happens when you don't have a reactor. You know, actually, even aside from power in the thrusters, that ship only has one control room, and it lasts a while, but it's not going to last infinitely. So I think once the timer hits 6 minutes, the ship just dies.
That's a good
And it
point.
looks like Slowking sent a ship in to finish it off.
Well, good game. Congratulations, Slowking.
Good game indeed. Right, have we seen Typeless before today?
We have. Typeless was in, I believe he was in the last singles tournament. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure I saw him in that tournament.
It's the first time seeing him this tournament, though.
Yes. Well, that's a good sign if your heart's beating fast. You're gonna remember it. It's gonna be a fun time. Well, our contestants are pumped. Let the ship roulette begin.
Right, so it looks like Gaxian has selected a missile or nuke barge. In vanilla, nukes have a very limited firing arc, which means they have to be put on very different ships in order to work. But with this mod, they have a much larger firing arc, and you can put nukes on a ship effectively that would normally only work with HE missiles. So it's a little harder to tell which is which. Right, so Gaxian has selected a pair of ships. Looks, if I had to
Those
guess,
are his PD ion traps.
yeah, I was going to say that looks like PD ions.
Which, depending on the matchup, can be quite lethal. Specifically because you cannot catch traps moving at 150. And when they're traps, if you chase one, it'll happily let you chase it out into the rod while the other one's behind you, and the one behind you will out-survive you because of the nature of the rod.
Yeah. Now, the downside with traps like that, especially ion PD traps, is they tend to not have the highest damage output in the world.
That is accurate. Their damage output is 2 ions each, which is a little pathetic.
Is it only
But it
2?
doesn't. Yeah, it's only 2. It's very low.
Not 4, just 2.
Nope. It's 2 each.
Wow. So this is definitely going to be a battle of attrition.
Yes. So Gaxian's probably going to try to. Well, we'll see. Gaxian wants to stay together if Typeless is together to try to ensure that he doesn't get penetrated by those rails, because it may be possible to penetrate a rail trap with a full volley, but it won't be possible if he splits. It won't be possible if Typeless splits.
You can see there just how effective point defense can be.
So Typeless is desperately going to need a way to get his shots to connect. If his shots continue to get shot down, he'll die eventually. Some of his shots did hit Gaxian, but they were stopped by the shields.
Yeah, this is an interesting scenario for Typeless, because he wants to spin really quickly to get all of his railguns to fire at the same time, because the more you have in the same space, the less time point defense has to fire back. But at the same time, if he, in order to do that, he needs to spin very quickly, and if he spins too quickly, the railguns will hit his own barrels, which very bad. Not only does it prevent any damage from actually being outputted, but since railguns have such a large reload time. Oh, that was close.
You almost got him with the split. That was a good one. Yeah.
So Typeless has made an interesting decision, and he's going after each of the traps with one ship. I'm not sure that's the right play. I think he would have a lot more luck trying to focus on one of Gaxian's ships with both of his.
Well, his ploy almost worked. He almost got a side shot across Gaxian, which would have been devastating. It just didn't quite pan out. But at this point, he's going to have a hard time penetrating anything with just one rail trap.
Unless he can get to the side or back of one of Gaxian's ships. That's,
Fortunately,
go ahead.
Gaxian ships are so fast, he's going to have a hard time keeping up. And they're able to continue to kite him while skirting around the rod at this point. However, we might see something interesting in a moment. Now it looks like Gaxian's going to stop it. There was the possibility that he might have the opportunity to trap one of Gaxian's ships. But Gaxian noticed it and moved.
Yeah, this is where piloting is going to be really hard for Gaxian, because they need to simultaneously fend off 2 different ships. If they're in range and not facing either one of those rail ships, they are in grave danger. Even though the front of those traps is very well protected, any hit to the side or back will be catastrophic.
I think Typhus's plan right now is to try to basically action per minute Gaxian to get him to make a mistake. So when you have trap versus trap fights, when they're both split, oftentimes the goal is to try to see what you can do to get them to split up, get them divided, so that you can trap one of his ships without his ships being able to trap you back. And he was almost successful a couple times, but Gaxian was able to prevent it. So now none of his ships are going to be able to get a shot through the PD. It looks like he's given up trying to do that at this point. There was a point where you saw him fire off into space earlier in the match where it looks like he was messing with auto fire to see if he could use a tactic called a volley fire to just fire all of his rails at once without actually fanning in order to overwhelm the PD. But it doesn't look like he decided to continue that tactic.
I think this is a good time to describe what rail fanning is, actually, for people that might not know. So, typically railguns will only just fire forwards. They can't actually aim in any way, so they'll just fire at whatever they can fire at. However, if you set your railguns to fire at target, they'll only shoot if they are currently rotated towards something you've targeted. And with that, if you set all of your railguns to fire at target, you can turn your ship, and it individually lines up each railgun with their intended target, and they can all fire in a row, all at the exact same spot, and it does a very, very high amount of damage in the same spot. A lot of penetration. It's very scary.
So given his low amount of firepower, Gaxian hasn't done a significant amount of damage to Typhus yet. And the rod is closing, which should potentially be beneficial for Typhus. It may not be, but it'll definitely change things up if he can survive that long. You're seeing one of the downsides to having shieldless rails is the fact that Typhus cannot just stare directly at Gaxian. If he had a more traditional or a more old-fashioned looking rail setup, then he would have enough shield coverage in the front that he would be able to stare at something like Gaxian indefinitely without taking much damage.
That was very close to disaster for Gaxian there.
Yeah, he almost got him again.
Yeah, Typhus got to his side with that second ship, and I think if more than one of those railguns was loaded and ready to fire, that would have hit a reactor on Gaxian's ship there, or at least the control room.
Typhus has been pretty good at reacting to opportunities with his traps, but he just hasn't quite gotten a shot.
Yeah, and at this point, the slow damage from Gaxian's ships is starting to show. Both of Typhus's ships are missing a railgun, and their side and back armor is damaged or missing.
So if this does come down to a rod fight, Typhus will probably have the advantage in that he can hang out in the middle and Gaxian will not be able to push him out, which means he can be closer to the center than Gaxian can. The downside is since he doesn't have any shields, the rod only damages your structure, your armor, your parts. It doesn't damage your shields, which means shields are much, much more effective after you've taken rod damage because they don't degrade.
Yeah, the last thing Gaxian wants right now is to have to get close to Typeless. The closer they are to one of those ships, the easier it is for the second ship to get around to their side.
And the less effective the PD becomes once you're inside its range.
So you can see right now, Gaxian is making the choice to stay outside of the Ring of Death slightly rather than trying to get too close to Typeless's ships and engaging too close.
He successfully baited Typeless out, which is going to cost him more than it cost Gaxian, because Gaxian's faster and he has shields.
Looks like one of Gaxian's traps, though, has taken a significant amount of damage in total from the ring.
Yep.
Oh, that was very close.
Oof.
Good
That
reaction
other
by
one was a little
Gaxian.
closer. That's the third time he almost got a successful trap off, and it's only going to take one if it happens. Unfortunately, Typeless does not have enough rails to be able to have any chance of getting through that PD coverage at this point, so it's all going to come down to whether or not he can get a successful shot on the side of him. And Gaxian's done a pretty good job of preventing that so far.
It'll be interesting to see how Gaxian's ships perform once the ring has fully closed, because they still don't have a lot of total damage output. I think a lot of the deciding factors of this match will be how much damage each ship has taken from the ring.
Gaxian's got Typeless out again. That's bad for Typeless and good for Gaxian. He wants to get as much damage. The rod is going to do more damage than Gaxian's capable of doing with his ions at this point. So the rod is getting him out of that rod is very, very good for him.
Yeah. In addition, the Ring of Death doing that much damage makes it easier for ions to start really digging through armor, because all of the armor
Gaxian's
and other
about to
protection and
explode.
stuff.
He's about to explode. His bottom trap is going to go.
Yeah, you can see it starting to disintegrate.
There it goes. His bottom trap went out because of rod damage.
Yeah.
So now all Typeless has to do is worry about the front one, but that one is also going out. And if Gaxian's not careful, he's going to lose just by rod damage that time. Whoa!
Ooh.
But he did get one.
This is still anyone's game.
Yep, Gaxian decided to destroy the other one. Yep, it's going to come down to it. Yep.
This might end up being the sort of random behavior of the ring that Ceres was talking about earlier, because right now both ships have taken about the same amount of damage from the ring.
So you're noticing that even though he's hitting shields, he's still having a hard time with the rails that he has. Gaxian's staying right on the dot on the rod, which is where he wants to be, and Typeless so far is letting him be there. Unfortunately, after Typeless has taken enough rod damage, he's just going to get eaten alive by those ions if he's not careful. He's trying to push him off. Oh, there goes some more rails. Looking like it's... Oop. And there it is.
There it is. Very,
game,
very
guys.
close game.
Very much so. It's a good fight. And congratulations, Gaxian. Typeless, we'll see you in the next bracket.
Part of the reason that Gaxian or Typeless instantly lost towards the end there is because railgun loaders explode when they die, which normally isn't the biggest issue, but when you're eaten alive by the rod, it makes it so that they have significantly larger explosions, effectively, that deal more damage when it just comes to, like, the parts destroyed.
Yep.
Yeah, generally ships like that will have a lot of internal armor to prevent parts exploding from going and messing with other systems. But because that armor had taken so much damage already, it's much easier for the internals of a ship like that to chain react. Right, so next we have Shade and Curtis. Right, so Shade has selected a really cool missile ship. It's a little hard to explain without really seeing it in action. No sign of Curtis yet, though. Hopefully he's still there.
He has like 4 minutes until he forfeits. I'd say 5 minutes is probably like a bit lenient when it comes to time. Which would be very unfortunate to have someone just have to, you know, not show up.
Well, we still haven't seen an ion orbiter. That's unfortunate.
Well, they're extremely vanilla. It's like one of the most simple ship types. Like you move forward.
I think there's a lot to them. They're as viable as they've been in a long time. And they're capable of devouring some of the ships that we've seen in this matchup. So I'm surprised that they haven't had at least one showing yet.
Well, by comparison, they're very bland compared to like the exotics that we've seen. Like Shade's ship is extremely unique compared to a lot of other ships.
Fair enough.
Or at least that's what I suspect.
And here I was thinking people were bringing their best game and not their most interesting one.
I kind of picked a bad ship for my first round, so...
Fair enough.
Yeah. The show must go on.
True.
So I do see Curtis in a voice chat. I'm just not sure he's, like, active.
Oh yeah, he's down there. I'll be right back. I'll go yell at him.
Like, people are yelling at him already.
I hope so. I don't think that Admiral Curtis is going to show up, which is very unfortunate. I mean, I guess we could wait longer, but it'd just be like... No one wants to watch that, and we'd probably have to come up with something to talk about.
Yeah, I think 5 minutes of waiting is plenty.
Yeah, the Cosmoteer community is doing their best to get his attention, whether he shows up or not.
Everyone's just screaming in the voice chat.
Poor guy's gonna come back online to like 30 pings.
Well, some days you pick the wrong time to poop. Yeah.
That'd be really sad if it was just like going to the bathroom.
Oh god, pinch it off!
Kind of building off of what Shade is saying there, one thing that seems like one unfortunate part about the meta or competitive designs in general is generally you have 1, 2, maybe 3 different types of ships that are all really, really effective, and then pretty much any other design isn't going to be worth it in one way or another. Building designs that are kind of just new, like unique in some way, sometimes they don't work well at all. In fact, I'd say a lot of the time experiments like that just flop. But sometimes you stumble across a really effective tactic. So being creative with your ship designs, trying to think of new things is great, even if it doesn't always immediately work out.
That's true.
There he
Hey,
is.
they found him.
He pushed the limit as much as possible. Very impressive timing.
Well done, Cosmoteer compatriots.
And he's going to be using a lot of different ships. This will be interesting.
I don't think
So we
anyone...
have a permathrust diagonal missile orbiter versus a swarm. It's like it's 2 years ago. 3 years ago. And what I mean by that is swarms are very, very rare. Because they usually don't hold up too well against... Basically, the advantage of a swarm is having lots of multiple ships that can flank and do bad things to the soft spots of ships. But if the ship is faster than you don't have the ability to get into position, and you just end up weaker for having multiple ships. Let's see if that's the case today. So you're seeing some of the failings of HE right there in the number of misses that he has out of the gate. We'll see if those HE get back. If they do, that's going to hurt. They do. That hurt.
Could have been a lot worse, though.
It could have. You're noticing that the swarm ships are struggling to get hits on Shade, and Shade's just bullying his way right through them and sending them spinning. And a spinning ship can't defend itself against his onslaught.
Yeah. Permathrust module on a missile ship like this, especially a diagonal one, is so weird at first, but it really can work in scenarios like this.
It can.
You can keep up so much momentum at all times that you can largely just stay out of opponent's range.
Yep. And he's opting not to. He's more or less just pushing things around, aware that they're not able to get much damage on him.
Oh, but even pushing things around can be very effective, because if you bump a ship, that usually sends it into a spin, that can change its momentum. It generally throws off piloting of the opponent.
Unfortunately, when you do that to a large number of them, you usually end up flanking yourself a bit. But fortunately for Shade, that hasn't been enough of a factor because he's outrunning their missiles.
You can see that first big ship exploding. Because of the permathrust module and the way the ship is moving around, those missiles will usually arc in from the side. So instead of trying to drill through opponent's strongest part, since they arc around, they can't be hit as well by flak. Any protection you have in the front except for point defense is pretty much meaningless.
Yeah, at this point, Gaxian's already taken out some of the big ones, and he's just cleaning them up.
Yeah, there goes a second ship. Curtis is technically still at 4, but effectively down to 3. You can see that the ship that Initiate is ramming just cannot do a thing. It is effectively stuck.
Yep. That's the tricky thing about swarms. They're quite vulnerable to getting bullied, like what we're seeing here. And Initiate's just steering him into his stream of missiles at this point.
Yeah. As effective as swarms can be, their greatest asset is also kind of their biggest weakness. They're extremely effective if they can flank opponents properly, but actually getting into a flanking position requires a lot of agility.
That's true.
And if any sort of swarm can't keep up like that, they just usually don't have a response, because opponents can pick off their ships one by one instead of trying to fight them all at once.
And the advantage of having multiple angles, more angles than, say, a trap does, is usually not something that people are capable of taking advantage of. Unless they are very, very good or have the perfect matchup.
Yeah, especially when you're using like 2, 3, 4, 5 ships, however many ships you're using. The more different ships you have, the more different things you need to pay attention to, and the harder it becomes, not only to pilot the swarm as a whole, but generally the micromanagement on one ship will decrease. So, good game.
Good game. Well played, Shade.
Time for you, Mr. Redstone.
Oh, it's me again.
Yup.
Right, well,
Good luck.
Put up
thank
the
you,
good
I will
fight.
need it.
Alright, so it's just you and me now for a while.
Alrighty. So this must be the match that I didn't see last time.
Yes.
This would be.
He
And I'm
almost got
assuming
Slow
Redstone
King.
won? Almost got Slow King, but Slow King got him.
Yeah.
Alright.
His thrusters caught fire. Like, he got 2 of the 3 rear reactors, and he could have gotten the last one, but his rails ran out of power.
Ugh.
So it's basically the entire ship shut down.
Interesting. So this is the 4 super long rails.
It is, yes, it's the glass cannon,
Interesting.
which is just super cool, I think.
Yeah. This is another type of ship that would not be possible or effective in vanilla. Oh, and he's switching over to his new ship that he was building earlier. Electric Boogaloo. Boogaloo, my mistake.
I'm pretty sure that uses nukes, which will be one of the few times we see them, because they're
That
a
does
little
seem
bit
to be the
bad.
case. Space Cat's bringing one of his more signature-looking classic missile barges. Space Cat's one of the only ones in the community who's still actively building lots and lots of missile barges.
Ooh, he also has nukes.
Does he?
Yes.
Well, that's new.
So, Space Cat has flak, which can shoot down nukes if you're within, like, ramming range. Like, if you
Right.
can shoot them as soon as they launch, then you have the time to, and you can shoot them. But if the nukes launch and accelerate, then you're screwed, because the flak cannot shoot them down as they come in. So, I think Space Cat would want to be close and stay close the entire time, if he doesn't, like, do bombing runs or whatnot.
Well, he has the option to do so because Redstone does not have adequate reverse in order to keep him at a distance. So, Redstone's going to come forward, or he's not going anywhere, unless he wants to expose his side, which he can do in a nuke fight, so long as he mines those flak, which look like they do have him targeted.
Both players are also noticeably, they waited for their nukes to load, which is one of the main downsides, I think, is that they take so long to turn on.
That's true. You got to get your nukes loaded, and then you got to wait for. In Space Cat's example, he had to wait for his power to catch up too, because he's only one on the. They only have one reactor each.
Well, Redstone has small reactors powering his nukes, but yes.
Interesting.
So nukes are super easy to dodge if you have, like, the momentum and rotate your ship, which makes them kind of weak. But if you don't dodge them, they do catastrophic damage.
Woo! Well, Redstone got a good drive-by there and did some telling damage. Not as much as he wanted to, but he did. He did start the process. Meanwhile, Redstone's managed to escape relatively unscathed. So just looking at it, it looks like Redstone has a little bit more. Oh, they're gonna collide.
That's not good for Space Cat. They're gonna hit his rear.
No, it is not.
Oh, and all of his missed. That was hard to watch.
This is showing it looks like Redstone has had a little bit more time to acclimate to the new nuke process and how they work, as he was able to dodge a little bit better, but this one...
Well, that volley didn't go off, and he shot down most of them, so Luke is now trying to, or Space Cat is now trying to shoot them down, and is being mostly successful.
Yes, he is.
Redstone
That
is on
black
fire.
Yep, Redstone just lost some nukes. He's about to lose some more.
I think Space Cat's getting back.
Alright, well, they're presenting the broadsides at each other at this point.
Redstone is about to go with his top right module.
We'll see if that... Ooh. Redstone lucked out a bit as Space Cat hit his own nukes before they went off. Now the nice thing about nukes is if you have any nukes, you can still turn around a match even if you're the underdog here.
Nukes are like the comeback weapon because you only need like 2 under certain circumstances to hit the right place, and you've done very critical damage. Like most of the damage that Redstone has suffered has been from like 4 at most per side.
Yep, for the number of hits that he's taken, Space Cat's doing pretty well. Redstone has decided to eject his armor, and he's gonna try to use his mobility in order to get this back.
Yeah, if you can't tank with your front, then it's worth dropping so that you can actually dodge the nukes.
Definitely. And he's done a pretty good job of dodging as well.
He also seems to like have most of his thrusts still online, whereas Space
He
Cat
does.
is off kilter.
But Space Cat wasn't really planning to do much dodging in the first place. He's been relying on his armor and his shields and his flak. Redstone chipping a little bit of damage away for free.
Under the right circumstances, I think Redstone can actually launch nukes without ever entering range, because if he approaches from the side, his side nukes are closer to Space Cat's nose than Space Cat's side nukes are to any of him.
That's true.
Like right there.
Additionally, even if Space Cat had gotten a volley off, he was in a pretty good position to dodge him anyway. Ooh, that just cut off the other side of his maneuverability.
Well, he could still... Most of the movement was actually undamaged. It's just that he can no longer shoot down nukes reliably.
Yep. Yep, that's fair. And he might not be able to dodge anymore either. So Redstone might... Ooh!
All it takes
Close.
is one mismaneuver from Redstone, and Space Cat still wins because he's mostly undamaged when it comes to armament.
Right. And Space Cat doesn't have all of that flak that he was using to bully him anymore. But Redstone definitely can't risk another ram at this point.
One of the issues with nukes is that since they take so long to arm and speed up, you can often drift into them if you have like any drift at all.
Red's doing an excellent job of just continuing to use what he has to get consistent damage. And if he keeps this up, Space Cat's gonna run out of nose armor eventually.
Redstone's
like
also running out of room though.
Space Cat's trying to present more firepower and hopefully get a ram this time because he realizes he's not going to be able to do this without dodging. Let's see if he dodges. Oh! That did not detonate anything particularly important. Space Cat's side armor around his nukes is deceptively thick. Most missile barges would not be able to take a nuke directly to the side and not lose a factory. That looks like a pretty good volley. That's gonna get some hits.
Oof.
He's continuing to dodge. I don't think I've seen Red get hit in some time at this point.
Often a tactic is to try and ram your opponents so that they've lost their momentum, in which case the nukes can actually hit you. But the issue is that Space Cat no longer has the thrust capable of doing that.
right? And while red has the thrust to do that, the last time he rammed it backfired, and this strategy is continuing to see results. Yeah, a few more hits and that nose armor is going to be non-existent for Space Cat, and then he will be vulnerable. And it looks like if one side chains, it'll probably take the other side with him as well. Something unique to Red's setup is the fact that he actually has a great deal of armor in between his nuke modules. Woof! There goes that wing. But what that means is, when he lost his nuke modules, it didn't chain into any of the other ones. He was able to continue fighting. If they had chained, he would be completely unarmed right now.
Yes, the nuke factories are very explosive. So often if you lose one side, it just either destroys the pathways, which means that you can't resupply the other side, effectively destroying it, or it actually destroys it.
That's gonna do some damage. Let's see if he can. He's might have to tank this one. No, still dodged.
So
Well
like
played.
we were just talking about, I think Space Cat has just lost all of his firepower.
That's true. They did not chain, but there's no more power to the other ones.
That was definitely his last volley from
Oof!
there. Oh,
Oof!
he shot it out with the flak.
You finally hit him
The flak got it.
right at the end.
The true underdog.
Excellent fight, gentlemen. Yep, I think that that collision did it.
I thought you won too, Redstone. It was like, surely
Yep.
forfeit or such. But no, apparently not.
Yep.
Well, that was disappointing.
Well, you definitely suffered at the beginning there, but boy, were you making what you had left work. You just about had him, and, well, you just didn't have anything left when he finally did get you, that rear shot.
Yeah, I think those nukes might have actually detonated the reactor, so if I didn't lose my CR right that instant, I might have won.
Oh,
Yeah.
That's so sad.
Yeah,
If you can hack it, it might be worth adding another CR to the front.
maybe. We'll see. I mean, considering that was that ship's first actual test, I think it went well.
Yeah. Yeah, your improvements were definitely better than what you were using before. It was a pretty solid fight. It was dead heat.
Right, so it looks like Saris is up next, and he is facing
Tenders,
Tenders.
which is someone who failed to show up for the check-in, but they still did show up. So the bracket was already made, so I just banished them to the losers bracket.
Yeah, that's fine.
Shadow
I think
Realm.
that's fair. The upside down.
In the bad place.
Well, we got to see News Connection. That's good.
Yes. Nukes are very cool, but could
Yeah.
use some tweaks just to make them a little bit better.
They could. I do think the mod makes them more fun. They struggle to hit things at this speed, but they are cool.
They look so cool. It's really impressive how great they look.
You know, right now I'm going to go add more armor to that control room.
Good call.
You know, you don't need that much front armor. Like, you can easily cut off enough to warrant another control room elsewhere.
But
I
I want
almost-
that much front armor.
I almost mentioned at the beginning of the fight that typically when you see a missile barge, they have a walkway running up the middle so that you don't have to use so many extra reactors in order to compartmentalize everything. But the fact that you were compartmentalized was the reason why you didn't lose earlier.
Yeah,
So what do I know?
It's certainly a very interesting ship where it's just like it trades the normal standard that is efficiency for durability, which is almost unheard of because like clearly dodging is almost always better.
Yep. But having that redundancy, it costs you a lot, which is why ships typically don't do it. They'd rather be efficient so that they have more firepower, more speed, more armor. But it does make them more vulnerable when they do eventually suffer damage.
So it's like
Yeah.
more glass cannon, or how far you want to be a glass cannon, instead of
Right.
just being like, ow, an iron pistol. It's hard
Well,
to
if you go back in
destroy.
time and you watch matches between ships that were all using single reactors before there were your small reactors, before there were medium ones and larger ones, the matches tended to the ships tended to wear each other down, but there wasn't any one thing you could hit on a ship to completely cause an instant win unless they only had a single CR.
Or you just cause like a massive enough hole that it's no longer feasible.
Right. You know, but now that you've got these large reactors and you have all of these really explosive parts, typically you just aim for the explosive parts, and whatever's left of them is pretty easy to pick off after you actually destroy one.
Alright, I'm gonna mute for this match.
Alrighty. Good luck. Well, looks like Tinder's got either a missile barge or a nuke barge. You know, interestingly enough, something that we have not seen today is any of the counter matching going on. Everyone's just picked a ship and gone.
Yeah, that's a good point. Also, I was muted. Oops.
No worries.
But yeah, normally you'll see a lot of counter picking, but I think with this mod there's a lot less rock, paper, scissors. At least right now, people might not have fully figured everything out.
It's less clear what counters what at this point. And I think people just have a smaller variety of ships to choose from at this point, since a lot of their previous ships are not quite the same. So you actually had to build some ships for it. So I don't think people have the variety to just cycle through different stuff this time.
Yeah.
Ah, that's a fair point.
I'm not actually 100% sure what that ship is. It almost, to me, looks like a railgun broadsider.
Well, that one is definitely a real fan. Are you talking about Saurus's?
No, I was talking about Tinder's.
Yeah, I wasn't sure what it was. It definitely had something sticking out sideways. That's about all I could tell. It looked like a barge, but I wasn't sure.
Yeah, it looked like it had a lot of really long armor barrels.
Yeah.
Right, so we have a rail fan with a lot of armor, not as much damage, versus Cirrus's nuke barge.
Well, I like the setup for the most part. He's going to have to make sure he fans really slowly or he's going to catch shots in the barrels. The upside is he has a lot of armor and a lot of protection, so he can fan slowly. He doesn't need to turn much in order to make this a good match.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Saurus has lots of nukes, and nukes typically want to fight slow rail fans, so this is the kind of situation he wants.
At the same time, nukes don't do quite as well against solid armor, especially sparse armor like those barrels.
So if he can get a shot down the barrel, it's actually more devastating. Because that's how you get the absolute maximum damage out of a nuke, is to get it to detonate where it's surrounded by armor or surrounded by stuff. But if it detonates on the outside where it's based, you're right, it won't do nearly as much.
Right, so it looks like both ships are coming into range.
Oh, there's a fanning.
And there's all the nukes firing, one at a time, which is going to do a lot of damage.
Yep. You see how quick it does that damage when those things go down the barrel? They just murder it. Because that was a lot of armor they destroyed just then.
It's also worth noting that in vanilla, the way nukes fire, they tend to all hit the exact same spot at the same time, whereas these more torpedo-esque nukes often hit one at a time, which gives the explosion time to expand, deal more damage before the next one hits. So it usually ends up with them drilling deeper and doing more damage.
Tenders did a better job of soaking those nukes that time, but he has a problem in that when Saurus fires both volleys at the same time, he can catch one volley on one side, but he can't catch the other one on the other side without pointing him down the barrel. Like it's, well, it would have happened, but I think Saurus moved up too fast. Yep, he lost a few. Tenders is making the right call, backpedaling as much as he can, because one of the downsides to nukes in this mod is you can't fire side-mounted nukes and go forward very quickly, or you'll hit yourself.
Up to a point. You either need to go very slowly or very, very quickly to prevent...
You just saw Saurus had a whole volley hit his back end. Fortunately, friendly fire is not something we use in Cosmoteer.
Yeah. You can see...
Oh, that's gonna pin.
That was very close to doing some big damage there. On the other hand, Saurus has a massive hole in his armor. He's gonna need to be very careful of that.
Yeah, that hole's getting close. So he's gonna have to cant, but he can't cant much without exposing something else.
Yeah,
so it's getting kind of tight.
And the more he turns to the side like that, the more he is at risk of some of his nukes simply not being in range.
Tenders has decided to just soak it all on the side. That was a good call. That's what the side armor's for. You should use it. It did destroy all of his side armor.
You can see Saurus quickly retreating out of range so he can get a chance to reload, recuperate. Oh, that is gonna hurt.
Fortunately, Saurus has pretty good insulation, so any given detonation on one of his nuke modules isn't going to destroy his whole ship.
You can see right there how little damage nukes do when they all hit the same spot at the same time.
Right.
There was 8 nukes, and it did almost nothing to the side armor.
Well, that did in his other missile module. That one's probably going to burn up.
Yeah, that's very, very on fire.
Yeah. I don't think I've ever seen one that on fire.
That's impressive. Almost, again, started hitting the railguns there. This is one of the big advantages of shields, is in situations like this, they're very good at blocking enough damage from the nukes to prevent any system damage, even if a little armor is lost each time.
Yep. It's only going to take another volley or two to get to his next nuke modules. So Saurus really needs to end this fast.
But finally those nukes are starting to do some damage to the railguns.
And that was almost half of his firepower lost.
And
That'll
more
buy
are
him
still
time.
coming.
Oh, that's more. Okay, Tenders is on fire. Guess who does not have fire extinguishers? So
No,
we're looking at it. Tenders?
He has... Yeah, he has fire extinguishers.
You're right. Yep, I found him.
But I don't think he has enough of them, is the issue. His reactors are going to be, at best, very damaged by the end of this.
Alright, good. So far, no one's lost because of fire extinguishers. Okay, well. Tenders has 4 left. His other reactor is also damaged. He's got a fire, but he should be able to manage it. Saurus has opted to back up to recharge his nukes to have a good volley is coming in.
Or he might just be waiting to see if Tenders burns to death. Even though there are fire extinguishers there, the fire has made it to the back of the ship where there isn't a lot of protection. It looks very at risk of chain reaction.
He does have an ammo factory on fire, but he's managing it. Meanwhile, Cyrus still has half of his armament, but he has to be real careful about taking a rail shot in the wrong spot. 4 rails is still enough. However, Tinders has something of a new problem in that he has very, very little mobility left. He can barely move. He can barely go forward. But he is creeping.
Yeah, he's getting there. He's going fast enough probably to survive the ring. So he's gonna, at some point, force Ceres to engage again.
Yep.
Which it looks like he's doing.
This is coming down to one good shot from either one of them.
See Tender's spinning to try and distribute some of that damage he's about to take.
It's a decent... Nope. There
That was a bad
There's
time
one
to try
more.
and fire.
I think he wanted to try to catch it on his left side, but... Or they wanted to catch it on that left side, but they weren't able to rotate in time. I don't think they're going to rotate in time. Oh, that's just... Those are off. Tinders has the 2 left, and he's on fire again. If that fire spreads to the large reactor, that's...
I don't think it will.
No, I don't think it will either. Yep.
And yeah,
There they
there
go.
go the last railguns. That's probably game right there. Yeah,
Good game, guys. Good fight.
that was very
Close.
close. Right. So next we have like Commandant and Juno, if I'm correct.
Yes, you are. That is accurate.
I believe so, according to the chart.
And according to Ceres.
Good deal.
So nobody tells Ceres, but this entire time the title of the match has been July 2022 Modded PvP Tournament.
I think there wasn't enough room.
I actually noticed
Yeah, there's
that
not enough
earlier,
room.
but it's like, okay, everyone still knows what it is. Maybe I'll change like the name of the video to Tournamen 2, just just to corroborate.
That would upset a lot of people.
Well, we
myself
might
included.
see. We might see some swapping this time. Commandant was going to bring his real fan, and then Juno brought out an ion orbiter, and now Commandant seems unsure.
Yeah, that's a very bad matchup.
Okay, so now we have an ion orbiter versus a TB ion orbiter. I was kind of hoping to see one of these two. For reasons.
It's like they're both very high damage output too. Just judging by the shape, they could both be 32 inputs.
From my experience in the mod, 4 tractor beams can be enough to turn a opposing ion orbiter. But if they are built, if it's a modded, if the ion orbiter is built for the mod and has enough forward thrust, they cannot overcome it. So it's a little bit of a risk bringing only 4 tractor beams. Well, it looks like Juno decided to switch. He is not confident fighting that.
Ooh,
I
they
know.
both say
I
they're
know
ready.
he is fun. Alrighty, interesting.
Since it's now the semifinals or semifinals, I don't know. I'll start doing count-ins just so everyone has proper initiative.
Also known as mid-match.
Yeah, well, it's weird because there's like potential for an extra round after the main one if the leader that's taken no losses from the winners bracket loses.
Right,
So it's like technically off by 1.
So that is not 32 inputs. That is 16 inputs. Looked a lot scarier on the icon. But it
Well, we
does have tractor beams and side PD.
Well, now we
So-
have TB Ion versus TB Ion. Unfortunately, that side PD, well, depending on what he does with it, that side PD could make a difference. But Juno has the advantage of being able to push around the other Ion now, as you see here.
Yeah, it's
Commandant,
making
Commandant could be cheeky with that side PD because Juno does not have any. Actually, he doesn't have enough shield coverage, so it's possible to PD some of those down if he does get caught on the side. We'll see. Juno's goal is to just keep him from doing damage and wear him down over time, and it is entirely possible with that many tractor beams.
Yeah, Commandant's ship has a lot of focus fire, but even though Juno's ship doesn't have basically any focus fire, it has by far the most amount of damage.
In vanilla, 6 is typically the magic number for being able to manhandle somebody. And modded, 8 is the magic number for being able to manhandle somebody, and that's exactly what Juno has. And
Worth
by
noting,
manhandle, I mean using tractor beams to basically control your opponent so that they can't do whatever it is they're trying to do in order to achieve their win condition.
It's worth noting, though, that this is coming at a cost for Juno. His reactors are struggling to keep up. It's a lot of power.
That's fair. But you notice he doesn't have his ions on all the time, which helps him conserve his power. Oh, Juno managed to get himself turned. This is the downside to using all huges on a ion orbiter, is it can be very tricky to keep yourself oriented the way that you want to be oriented, especially when somebody's using tractor beams. You saw he straight up flipped him around just then.
Yeah, huge thrusters are great for achieving very high speed, very high torque, etc., but they're very slow to respond, which makes them difficult to maneuver with at best.
However, given how many shields you've got on Commandant's ship, there are very few places that Juno can actually do lasting damage. He pretty much needs to get the rear of his side or his actual rear in order to pick lasting damage, because those shields are just too strong for his ions to get through.
There's a possibility that Juno will end up getting through the corners of the front of Commandant's ship, because you can't really shield corners very well.
That is more likely. Unfortunately, that's going to take time. Commandant still hasn't turned on his PD to attack, which is good for Juno. Yep, he's worn off some of that side armor now, and he's doing actual damage.
And Commandant has turned his PD on, must be listening.
Has he? Well, we established that already. That's the danger of commentating.
Yeah.
Yep, he is struggling to not just get spun around.
Same time, the recoil from the tractor beams is making it really hard for Juno to stay aimed at his opponent.
Yeah, one of the other things that's playing something of a factor is how Commandant has his ions set up. Since they're so far in the rear, using his own ions is also turning him, which is compounding his ability to steer the way that he wants to. Whenever he puts it on pull, it's actually going to turn him a little bit. He could potentially counteract that a little bit by putting his tractor beams on to push. That way he can keep his thrusters on longer, and his tractor beams will actually try to orient him and prevent him from getting pushed away. And they'll lessen the amount of force that he suffers when he gets turned.
Looks like at this point, Juno's simply trying to push Commandant out of the ring.
Well, it looks like Commandant is pushing with his tractor beams now, which is preventing him from getting spun. And if he can keep Juno from damaging his sides, then Juno's going to have a hard time getting through those shields.
Same time, unless Commandant gets a really good ram or something, he's going to have trouble doing any damage to Juno either.
That's true. He is doing damage, and he has worn off a fair amount of armor. And not all of those ions are shielded, so it's possible he could start doing real damage. He's doing better now.
I mean, eventually he will start doing system damage. The problem is, I'm not sure he's going to do that at all close to the time limit.
Well, now they're both going to start taking rod damage. At this point, the rod's going to start doing more damage than they are to each other. Neither ship is able to turn the other one like they were before.
I think they both kind of figured out how their opponent is piloting and adjusted.
Right. There's a nasty turn.
It is nasty.
Which cost him. So Juno's playing the rod game, and now they're both just trying to get back in.
I think part of what's making this so difficult as far as piloting goes is both of these ships only have forward thrusters.
Yep.
So they can't strafe, they can't reverse. Makes it very hard to escape the ring of death.
Yep. Orbital thrust is notoriously vulnerable to tractor beams because it doesn't have the ability to reposition the same way as any kind of ship with more maneuvering thrusters and reverse thrusters can do.
Yeah, it's also really bad when trying to escape the ring because you either need to show your front side to the opponent where all of your defenses and weapons are, or you need to fully turn around to actually retreat.
So Yare needs to finish this fight before the rod closes because his lack of shields is gonna kill him if he doesn't. But that got him some good damage there. If the rod closes and Yari takes significant rod damage, that's pretty much going to end it for him. Because eventually he'll have taken so much damage that his enemy's ions will just evaporate him.
Yeah,
but
even
he is
already
getting some good turns. That was a good turn. And it's starting to cost Commandant thrusters, and that's bad. The more thrusters he loses, the easier he's going to be to manipulate.
That being
Although
said,
you see that PD is starting to make its mark.
Yeah, the PD and the ions are really starting to damage Juno because of the time spent outside of the ring.
Yep.
You can see every time that ion actually gets a chance to hit anything, it's drilling through armor very quickly.
The Commandant is continuing to pursue him on the rod. I was wondering if anyone was going to try to stall, but it looks like they're going to fight it out. He probably wouldn't be able to stall that well anyway because he can't expose his rear for long since Yari's quicker than him. Yep, there goes some more. There go a lot of thrusters. At this point, it's going to be really hard for him to resist anything that Yari does to him. And he's spinning.
But he's still doing a good job of piloting, trying to counteract that spin.
Yep.
The fact that he has internal thrusters there is really helping him out.
There he goes again. Commandant turned his TVs on to pull in order to help him get back into the rod faster. It's a good call. Gary's going to try to snipe off some more shots, or some more thrusters, but he wasn't able to. You're seeing those corners are starting to get worn down, like what you were saying.
Yeah. Very slowly, but surely.
That was not a great push, but it is rod damage.
Yeah, all that raw damage is really starting to add up. At this point, Juno's ship is right around half, a little above half.
Yep.
Whereas Commandant's ship is like a third or a fourth health. So, presumably, pretty soon here we'll see that ship start to disintegrate outside of the ring.
Right. Oh, that's a bad turn. Yari's just trying to sumo him out. Force him to take as much rod damage as he can.
And at this point, even those just base ions are going to be very scary because all of those parts have so little health, the ions are going to be drilling through armor and stuff very, very quickly.
Yep.
I mean, you can see there, just got a glancing blow and it destroyed a lot of stuff on the back.
At this point, Commandant might not be able to get back before he pops. If any of those crystals go, he'll lose his armament and his rear reactors. Actually, all of his reactors are looking bad at this point.
Yeah.
So one more flip, and if he gets grazed, that'll probably do it.
Yeah, I think that's
Here it
game right
goes.
there.
Yep.
Now,
Well
not
played,
that it
Juno.
mattered,
Good game.
Yeah, good game. Not that it mattered in this particular scenario, but it's worth noting, if you turn ions off, then prisms don't explode anymore. So if you're like gonna take damage to your core from the ring or a big hit or whatever, turning your ions off can preserve at least part of your core and allow you to keep fighting.
Definitely. And depending on your setup, it's not necessarily a bad idea to let your ions stay on fire at will as well, just to help you preserve energy and prevent that from happening.
That depends a lot on the way the ship is set up, though.
It does.
Sometimes it's good to keep them on fire at will rather than auto fire. Sometimes having them on auto fire actually helps them a lot.
Right.
Alright, so we have Gaxian versus Slowking. Looks like the ship Gaxian has selected is one of Juno's ships. That was interesting. Maybe they collaborated. And it looks like they're back to that railgun wall. They've switched to a really big, scary-looking railfan. Slowking sees that and realizes that Spinner's not going to stand any chance. This is more of the counter-picking you'll see in vanilla.
I really wanted to see the rail spinner, but understandably so that it was not picked into a rail fan.
Yeah, if the spinner isn't spinning at absolute top speed, it would it doesn't have enough defense to really withstand that level of damage.
Yeah, and like, if you're spinning at full speed, then you can't fire your rails, unless you've like built your ship around that, in which case it's still going to be like very interesting to try and fight with.
If I remember correctly, that ship in particular does reasonably well with spinning quickly and firing rails. The problem with that one is the way it actually moves. The faster it spins, the less it can move back and forth. So in order to not get immediately destroyed by a single rail fan, it would need to effectively stand still. So much switching.
Good, good.
And we're back in this loop of rail spinner, rail fan, TP rail fan, and then whatever comes next. I've forgotten. Missile barge.
Could be interesting, depending on the barge. But it looks like Slowkeen's going for a solid counter since he has the repertoire to do it.
We might need a countdown on this one, Saris.
Well, it'd
I
be
don't think this is
exceptional.
going to end anytime soon.
Well, I mean, it never lasts super long. There's
Yeah,
like,
I'm alright with seeing what they do for a minute here. I'm
Alright.
curious. Oh, that's a new one.
admittedly, it's not the most interesting, but it's still interesting. Ooh, he picked a spinner into a railfan.
So, to inform the uninitiated who might be watching, what they're doing right now is they're cycling between different ships to see what they have and what the other person has to counter what they have. And trying to find something that's either going to be a good even fight between the two of them, or ideally will give one of them an advantage that the other one has to accept. So people are thinking, well, I'll take a spinner, and then the other one pulls out a nuke barge, which is going to counter a spinner. So the spinner decides, well, I'm going to be a PD wall, which is going to counter a nuke barge. So they change the nuke barge, etc. They're thinking about it. I honestly can't tell what that is that Gaxian has. Oh, he switched again.
Oh, that's terrifying looking.
The goddess of the hunt.
Looks like it's a rail kite. So he switched over to a long-range spinner, a spinner with max range rails, which is going to counter a rail kite. So he put out a nuke barge, which counters a spinner. And the PD wall counters the nuke barge.
That's not a PD wall.
Is that not a PD wall?
That's not a PD
that's
wall.
his laser wall. Oh, we might have a laser wall versus laser wall fight here. Nope.
Nope.
Doesn't want it.
Really wants to use that spinner.
So we're back to a rail fan, which may, depending on the rail fan, counter a spinner. A
That one
really
definitely
powerful
does.
rail fan will counter a spinner. So he's back to the laser wall versus a rail fan, which is kind of an odd choice because typically a rail fan will counter a laser wall unless the laser wall really knows his stuff. Missile barge versus laser wall, or is that a nuke barge? I can't tell.
Hard to tell.
That is an ion kite. Oh, ion kite into whatever kind of missile or nuke orbiter that is. Nope. Now we're looking at an ion kite versus a rail kite. Okay, Saris, I think you might have to start a countdown for this one because I don't think they're gonna stop.
Okay, wait. This is a rail kite versus a rail kite.
That was rail trap, or yeah, that was rail kite traps versus rail kite. In which case, the rail traps have the advantage.
I don't think necessarily that would be like an instant win, but
It wouldn't, but it would be the rail tripe. I can't say it. It would be the traps pilot's job to lose. They're the one who's going to decide whether it wins or not. Because once they have the flank, they just have to make sure they get a shot when the kite isn't looking at them. At that point, the kite basically becomes a spinner.
Right. So I have an idea. What if we announce a quick break, like a bathroom break or water break or something, and we'll just let them keep counterpicking during it?
I don't think they're going to stop. We could let them go if you want.
I actually had to go to the bathroom, so have fun with that.
So you guys want to take 5? Reconvene?
Yes, take 5.
All right, everyone. We're taking 5.
Be back in
See you a
5.
moment. Hey, Cyrus, before you go, turn on the elevator music.
The last time I did that, like, the video got copyright claimed, so
Did it? Okay, never mind.
you can hum to yourself if you want. For the
I'll
good of the
pass.
viewers.
There's music in spirit. Thank you, Juno. Alright, I'm grabbing a Coke.
Right, well, I'm back. I don't know if anyone else is. Friendly reminder, stay hydrated. Go drink some water. So either the counter-picking has stopped or... Oh, nope, never mind. They're still going. There's a distinct possibility that even once this break has ended, we're still going to need a countdown after it. I don't think we've seen that ship yet. Is that a cannon trap? Might be laser, it's hard to tell.
I am back.
Welcome back. They're still going at it.
Well, I didn't expect anything else.
So in addition to going and getting water, this would be good. This would be a good time to go and put fire extinguishers in all your ships that don't have any. Sorry, what were you going to say, Saris?
I was noticing that they went into a matchup that I previously lost, so I thought it was interesting.
Ah. Maybe we should make a rule where if people spend too long counter-picking, they just both get assigned the same ship. Like maybe a built-in or something.
That's not the worst idea, though. I mean, I think it'd have to be player-based. And you'd have to, like, agree on what ship it was. But, I don't know. It's difficult to bypass.
Just give them both, like a harbinger and a mosquito, and then watch the chaos ensue.
It'd certainly be something. But, I mean, Quiximo still hasn't made it back, so technically the time of leave hasn't ended.
Did anyone actually set a 5-minute timer?
I was just basing it off of...
The time of leave has ended.
Welcome back.
Thank you. I actually said it a minute ago, but I muted myself. Alright guys, what do you got? We're gonna have to start the countdown. I'm fairly certain that if someone doesn't have a ship selected when things kick off, you forfeit. So once the countdown starts, be ready.
we could make this a little interactive too. Have like the Discord chat vote on what ship they get.
Which starter ship they have to mirror match in if they don't select anything.
I don't know about starter ships. That's a little small, a little RNG based.
I'm actually surprised we haven't seen a starter ship design tournament yet. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink.
Well,
Because 3 is kind of a small number.
Well, the thing is, like, you always start with 3, but that's like because
Mhm.
you immediately build out of them.
You do.
Plus,
But
it's
it'd
like,
be nice to kind of see variety of some other things you can start with. You are going to immediately build out of them, but, it'd be kind of neat to see.
at most it'd be
I think-
5 too, because you don't want to like overwhelm players with choices, because that makes it very hard to get into games, or overwhelming.
Yeah. If I remember correctly, I actually proposed that to Walt, but since I think the starter ships are being changed for the full release, it's not really worth it.
Well, you could do it like FTL, where you start with, 3 starter ships, and then as you play through the game, you unlock more.
Well, but FTL is a game where all the aspects of your ship are hard-coded. Cosmoteer, you can change anything, anytime.
That's true, but it would give people the ability to have more starter ships without overwhelming them.
Well, they're still unlocked
Variety,
sequentially.
the spice of life. All right, when do we start the countdown? It's definitely been 5 minutes.
Well, this hasn't happened before.
It has happened before. I remember a what was it, Nug versus Luke that went down to a countdown, and it was significant because Nug he changed his ship at the last minute. I also seem to remember having a countdown that I was faced with last tournament as well, because I think I hot swapped at the last minute too.
Yeah, it's like I'm not gonna do it. Whatever the solution is, it won't be a countdown because hot swaps are agonizing. Like, that's extremely cancerous. What? I suppose you could. We could also just turn preview off for this one match. Which, I mean, really isn't much better, but... I think the issue here is that, like, fully going for the paper to the other person's rock instead of, like, selecting another rock.
Right.
It's like, if you continue to pick what's best against your opponent, of course they're gonna switch.
Yeah, it's kind of an art form. Like, you want to give yourself as much of an advantage as you can, but not so much of an advantage that your opponent just immediately switches to something else.
Right.
You either want to switch to something that's like a fair match, or just slightly enough in your favor that the opponent doesn't care.
Yeah.
Well, they went through the hard counters, and some of them weren't actually hard counters that they've swapped through at this point. They might just be goading each other. But not all of those were counters. That is a counter. That is a counter. I don't know what that is. Probably,
Well, they keep coming back to this arrangement, so Rhea versus Primordial beat.
that might be the closest. And they switch. That is a counter too. That could be a counter,
I think
depending.
that that's actually the equalist, because
The tractor beam makes a difference. If the tractor beam wasn't there, well, I'm gonna shut up because I'm gonna make them take longer. So do what you're gonna do. I'll commentate after you select a ship.
Know how, but I believe the viewer count on the stream has actually increased during this. Seems odd.
Anticipation.
yeah, it's I would have thought that like most people would leave, and like for the most part they were, but here we're back like arguably higher than before this started.
Morbid fascination.
Like, see, I feel like this could go either way personally. I would be fine
I'm
with
not
that
saying
matchup.
anything until we start. So next tournament, we should probably have a contingency plan in place just in case.
Yes. Like 25 minutes.
Right,
25
finally.
minutes.
Okay,
All right,
so
they're off.
Slow King has an ion rammer and Gaxian has a nuke ship, which needs to start backing up.
Yep. Slooking was fairly well known for making ships that start strong and seize the initiative very quickly, as you can see here. He's not going to let Gaxian get the charge that he wants to on his missiles.
Although those nukes should not be underestimated.
No, those
Whoa.
modules that he has are very fast. They're very fast.
That
even
was
happened there?
Interesting.
There's a hole behind the armor on Sloking's ship.
Paint? Oh, I don't know. Must have been a nuke.
Yeah, but a nuke couldn't have gotten there. That's weird.
Even the game's sick of them.
Well, the nukes are doing damage, but he's struggling to get off that orbiter. Ugh. I dare say the amount of distance that Slow King closed early gave him the advantage right out of the gate. Yep. Yep. Nuke Barge can beat Ion Orbiter, but it's very important that it doesn't get into its side like what you saw there. Otherwise, it's pretty much GG.
Yeah.
It's
Good game, guys.
if you pilot.
That was not worth the build-up.
No, sorry, it turned out a little anticlimactic for as long as it took. Well, depending on how the match goes, we might see them fight again.
So I've grabbed a copy of the recording of that match, so we can maybe figure out later what happened to that. What caused that hole? 'Cause that
Yeah, I
was
didn't
weird.
see it. I was looking at Gaskian's ship when it happened.
Yeah, me too. Right, so finally, next we have let's see.
I'm prioritizing I'm going in a different order since someone said they needed to go soon.
Okay.
Right.
So it's gonna be like different than the presumably normal order, where it's like top to bottom.
Right. So Astra is going to be going up against Space Cat. Since we're going a little out of order, I'm not entirely sure Space Cat is aware that they're next.
Well, they're both here now, so.
Please don't tell me we're going to have another counter-picking battle.
Well, they haven't selected any ships thus far.
Yeah, they're so worried about the battle that's about to ensue that they won't even select anything. Right, there's something. It's either a missile or nuke barge, hard to tell, and looks like Astra is selecting the same lineup he had before.
That would be a railkite, a PD HE missile, and a little squib. Versus a actually a nuke barge, most likely, if it's the same one you used before. I'm not entirely sure that it is.
I don't think it's the exact same one.
And this one's orange, so.
If it's HE missiles, I think Space Cat has the edge, because HE missiles are generally really good against multiple smaller ships.
Yep, he's with EMPs.
It's
Two
HE.
EMPs. Oh, I love Luke ships, Space Cat ships. They always look so nice. It's its own style.
But this is similar to that first fight that we saw between Hero Astra and an earlier opponent. However, Luke has more missiles, and he has EMP, which is going to be a much bigger, significant threat against that railkite.
Not to mention Flak. Flak is decently damaging in hit scan.
And that flak made short work of that squib.
Yeah, it's great at defending against those missiles, and it'll be good at actually getting hits in even if the missiles can't penetrate the point defense.
However, that kite is lining up a shot. Luke is turning to counter, taking some rear shots because of it, but he does have some rear PD, which is helping. He has to be careful of those mines, though.
Great maneuver.
Yep, he successfully evaded. He's going to walk right through those mines, use his flak to detonate it, takes insignificant damage. Oh, but those missiles just took out one of his bits. One thing you're seeing Luke do here is he's using his flak to destroy PD. And he's taking a significant chunk out of with that flak. The flak alone is probably going to be enough to destroy that ship if Astra doesn't get out of there.
Yeah, it's lost both of its HE modules at this point. So I think it only has mines left. Doesn't look like there's any... No, there's still some point defense in there somewhere.
It has
but not much.
an EMP factory and 2 launchers. No.
And with that ship gone, that's going to allow Space Cat to focus exclusively on the railkite, which is going to make it very hard for the railkite to hit anything significant.
That's
especially
true.
Given that Space Cat has so much flak.
People often look at flak and think, well, it's just a defensive weapon, and they forget that when it's on offensive and defensive, it can still take a significant chunk out of someone, especially if they don't have shields. But Luke is suffering from something of a power issue. A lot of his systems are low on power, but that's probably not going to be enough to give the fight back to Astra.
Yeah, they've been kind of struggling on power this whole time. I think what it is it's balanced power very well, maybe even the reactor's a little overdrawn, but because Astra approached them so quickly, they didn't get a chance to fill up any of their storages, and I think they've been playing catch-up ever since.
That could be. That is definitely one of the advantages of seizing the initiative on a ship that does not need to charge. If the opponent cannot evade you for a while, they'll end up at a disadvantage right out of the gate. Part of why things like rod size and starting distance are so important in things like these kinds of tournaments.
Yeah.
Additionally, ships that have to charge or ships that are using ammo already start at a little bit of a disadvantage in this mod because ships are so much faster. A ship that might have only done, 70 or 80 meters per second is approaching you at 150. So you have very little time to react. You pretty much need to get going immediately in case your opponent is going to try to jump on you, if you have to charge. So Luke recognizes that he is not capable of catching that kite, so he's just going to hang out in the middle and wait.
Or waiting, wonderful. But to be fair, there's not really much he can do about it.
Nope, it's up to Astra to engage. Astra's not entirely out of this because he's fast enough to be able to dodge a great deal and still get some side shots like what he just did. The only thing he really has to worry about hitting him is the EMP.
Yeah. Which do home in very aggressively. He's gotten some decent hits by EMPs several times now.
And when you don't have any armor, EMP is a lot more dangerous. When you're small and you don't have armor. But he's not giving up. He's still scoring hits.
Going to be pretty stressful for Astra because it's one of those situations where your opponent doesn't have to do much and you have to pilot almost perfectly to avoid getting hit.
Yep. But you notice Astra's ship is still trying to recover from having been hit by an EMP.
Yeah, I almost got hit by a second one because his thrusters were out of power from the first.
That little bit of armor is helping, but there's only so much you can do.
There's another EMP hit. You can see just how much it messes with systems, even if it's not a direct hit.
Oh, yeah. It also caused his rail to lose power just then, even though it hadn't been fired. And
yeah, and possibly...
Since it lost power, now they were no longer lined up. He just took another one. One of his rails has lost power again.
When a railgun loses power like that, it has to reset its loading system, basically. So even if the power comes back online immediately, it'll still go through its, I think, 5-second reload time, which on this game speed is actually 10 seconds.
So what that means is the rail has to go through an entire cooldown cycle before it can fire again, even though it hadn't actually fired.
Oh,
so-
and there's the
Well, there went the
consequences
one.
of those EMPs. Didn't have enough thrust to avoid that.
And that will be game.
Good game.
Space Cat advances. Good fight, both of you. That was interesting.
So I believe next is Shade versus KWH. Could be wrong. It's the next one on the image of the bracket I have, but
Going back to the bracket.
That is
Yep.
that is correct. I just pinged those two. So Shade and KWH WWYMWN is up next.
Who?
KWH WWYMWN.
One more time for the kids in the back.
Alright. KWH WWYMWN.
now is that two
You're a
W's
good
or
sport and a
WW?
gentleman, sir.
There's actually 4 W's in that name. That's too many W's for any reasonable word, but he pulls it off.
Why would you say there's double W's if there's actually 4 of them?
Why would you WW?
I think the lack of response says more than anything else. Alright, looks like we have that same missile barge that Inishade was using, and KWH has looks to be a missile barge, might be a missile nuke hybrid. Little hard to tell. And yes, that is a missile nuke hybrid. Very interesting
Oh.
design.
Yeah, nifty.
It's not something you would see in vanilla.
So, once again, Shade's running his missile orbiter Diag with a perma-thrust engine. That's that engine that you just saw him break off and put into position. It uses perma-thrust, which basically means it has thrusters that are constantly on to deliver maximum amount of thrust. And the tricky part is he has to keep it in position. It costs a little extra, and it's a little tricky to get the hang of. Meanwhile, KWH is seizing the initiative and trying to catch up to him. Unfortunately, he's using a lot of ammunition, so he's not fully charged, so he's not able to do what you saw Slow King do earlier. So probably... Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, I don't think the nukes are even loaded yet, but they are, I was mistaken.
They were not when he got there. You're right. There was a point where they were not loaded. KWH's plan is probably going to be to just try to stay out of nuke range and continue to pepper him with HE, which is going to be HE being missiles. It's going to be a little bit difficult because they're traveling so fast. Missiles don't hit very reliably at this speed. And Shade's job is to close the distance and get some shots with his nukes. But again, at this speed, hitting a fast-moving target with nukes is very, very difficult. So just considering that, Shade probably has the advantage just because he doesn't rely on nukes. That said, if KWH can get a hit, it will be devastating.
Yeah, I'm not sure either ship really relies on... Well, obviously, Shade doesn't rely on nukes because he doesn't have any, but KWH's ship has enough HE missiles to keep up even if the nukes can't fire.
He does, but he's looking at having a third of the payload if they're doing a regular missile fight. If he doesn't bring those nukes to bear, he is at a significant disadvantage and will probably get worn down if he can't get those nukes going. Although this might be Looked like he might have had a ram.
No.
A ram is not necessarily a bad idea for KWH, but when you're using a missile orbiter, it's always a little risky.
I think the big advantage that KWH has is a lot more front armor, and he has a decent amount more thrust. He's overall more maneuverable. So even if the nukes don't come into significant play, I think it is still kind of a close match. I was going to mention... oh,
You only need to get lucky once with the nukes, and suddenly it's over.
That's true.
it is true.
The dream position for a KWH would be to get a good ram that sends Innershade spinning, that bleeds off enough of his momentum that he can't dodge the nukes, and that could conceivably one-shot him.
Maybe. Depends on where it hits.
A bad ram, where the nukes miss, where he just gets stuck on the front, could see a wraparound effect where Innershade just eats him alive. So it's risky either way. He'd pretty much just want to spin him if he hit him. And Innershade's aware of this and that he has the advantage if he doesn't get rammed, and since they're about the same speed, he doesn't need to get rammed. There's some more side shots. He's starting to wear him down a little bit.
Yeah, as KWH is trying to get within nuke range, he has to, because he only has forward thrust, he has to angle himself in a way that allows him to get hit from the side.
Part of what's historically so dangerous about a missile orbiter is the fact that it can fly perpendicular to you and fire everything it has, and you have to fly perpendicular to where the missiles are coming from, which means you take all your hits in your side armor. And since your side is typically a lot softer than your front, it's very, very difficult to fight a missile orbiter traditionally for that reason. Fortunately, when you're this fast, you're able to dodge the missiles because they're coming at a right angle to where you're flying anyway. But if you slow down for any reason or turn too sharply, that's where those side hits are coming in, and that's what you're seeing Innershade getting those little chip shots on his side.
Yeah. Part of what's kind of helping KWH, though, is he doesn't have a lot of side armor, but his actual missile modules and stuff are thinner than the rest of his ship. So if a missile would normally come and hit the side armor, maybe hit something important, with this ship layout, it might just miss.
Yep, that's true. He also has plenty of front armor too that he can use to try to. Oh, this might be a spin ram. No, just barely.
Oh, that was very, very close.
If he had nicked the edge of him, that might have done something interesting. I don't think so. Nope.
Okay. No, he
pretty
turned.
much as long as Innershade is flying at a right angle to wherever the nukes are when they're static, they're not going to hit him.
I think it's less that and more you need to be turning to avoid nukes, because they're very good at aiming where you are. It's just, but if Innershade had just kept in a straight line there, I think he would have gotten hit by some of the nukes, because where he is by the time they launch and where he will be are about the same.
Well, we did see you dodge plenty of nukes earlier. The nice thing about having missiles and nukes is you can continue to pressure them and force them to pay attention to where your missiles are while you're trying to fire nukes. The downside is, as long as the Innershade is paying attention to where he is when he fires the nukes, he doesn't have to pay. It's not difficult for him to dodge the nukes while he's dodging the HE. If he's moving in such a way to dodge the HE, he'll probably dodge the nukes. One thing that KWH could try, he doesn't have much side armor left. He's going to start taking real nuke damage here if he does that again. One thing that he could try, you see people do with nukes that still works in this mod, is to fly at somebody and to straight up spin around really quickly, to spread out your nukes as much as possible, to increase the number of angles that they come in from and potentially make it harder to dodge them all. It's also possible to basically just fling nukes directly into somebody when you do that, But when you're fighting a missile orbiter, if you screw up, you're gonna lose missiles.
Yeah, it's kind of a last-ditch effort maneuver, because it exposes your weakest part straight to the enemy.
It does, but when you're fighting another missile orbiter, if you time it correctly, you can expose yourself to him when you know there isn't going to be a stream of missiles there, and you can right yourself before they have the chance to capitalize it, because there's a delay between when they fire and when the missiles reach you.
It's true. I think
But it's a risk, no matter how you do it. It's always a risk.
Yeah, and it'll be especially difficult with nukes, because they
That
They
might
have
score some hits.
have a bad habit of hitting the barrel as they fire. So if you're spinning too fast, that they just won't get launched.
Yep. Fortunately, or unfortunately in this case, depending on how you look at it, those barrels are getting mighty short for the spinning.
Yeah. Another maneuver that could help KWH out is simply auto-firing the nukes and hoping that Shade runs into them.
I've seen it happen.
It's a surprisingly effective tactic.
So this is the point where the rod's starting to get close. This is not good for Shade because it's limiting how far he can maneuver. And eventually he's going to be in much, much closer quarters to KWH. And if he hasn't done enough damage to give him the advantage when they're in close quarters, he may find himself at a disadvantage. One of the disadvantages to using a permathrust module is since your thrusters are always on, always pushing all the time, it's very difficult to stay near the center of the match once the rod closes. And the farther you are from that red dot, the more damage you take.
Yeah, it becomes a battle of, like, trying to balance out facing your most armored section to the opponent if you're going to get hit, and
Pretty much.
facing towards the middle of the ring where you won't actually take significant damage from the ring itself.
And being static in the middle of the ring when your opponent has nukes is never somewhere you want to be.
Ooh, a little bit of a tap there.
There's a tap. I don't think it's going to be enough, though.
Yeah, I think it's a little late.
One other thing you might see KWH do is if he has his hotkeys set up, he can put his nukes on hold fire, and rather than just firing whenever he's in range, he can put them on hold fire and wait for the perfect opportunity, wait for something like a tap, and then fire. And sometimes that can score you some extra hits that you wouldn't get otherwise.
At the same time, it sometimes means you never really get to even fire in the first place.
That's true.
Even the nukes that miss are pressuring Shade's movement.
They are. But if you have it hotkeyed for hold fire, you can just fire whenever you want. You don't have to not fire. Oh, that might cost that
Be bad.
That almost destroyed a nuke launcher. And since there are nukes in that, yep.
Oh. Oof.
Words of wisdom, if you think you're about to lose a nuke launcher, always fire those nukes. Just go ahead and put them on auto fire, because if there's not a nuke in the tube, it's significantly less damage that you take.
Especially on older updates. It's not quite as significant nowadays. They do explode, but not like by a ton. Used to be the nuke launchers would explode with the same force of a regular nuke.
Ugh.
And they were just the most fragile thing in the game.
Ugh. As is, though, that was one nuke launcher that exploded that took out the entire module. Of course, it's because of the chain reaction, but still. That's pretty much exactly what Shade wanted. Now he has a pretty good shot going into this.
Yeah, and there was quite a bit of time in the Ring of Death there by KWH.
KWH is trying his ramming spin. Unfortunately, his nukes went off right before he fired, or right before he hit the ram, so he lost a couple of them. That's again why you might want to have hold fire on.
But still, he got some hits in.
He did. If he does that a couple more times, he might do some lasting damage. He might do some critical damage, let me put it that way. And even though he's using permathrusters, Shade is doing a pretty good job of staying in the rod. You notice he has a hotkey set up so that he can only fire some of his thrusters, and he has turned off his perma-thrust at this point, and he's just doing damage. However, I don't think he has any chance of dodging these nukes in his rear. Let's see if he does. Well, one of them hit, but he dodged the rest of them. That was pretty good.
Dodging. Both ships at this point are very far outside of the ring.
Yeah, KWH has probably spent a little too much time outside of the rod for his comfort.
Yeah, he's about to half health at this point.
Yep. So that gives Enoshade the significant advantage that he wanted going into this part, because this is where he would be at a disadvantage if Enoshade was still intact. Well, it's a little anticlimactic. One thing that KWH could have done at the start was pretty much just stall for time to close the rod to be in as good shape as he could, knowing that he'd have the most advantage here, that he'd have the greatest chance of getting hits in, and he is getting hits now. The question is whether he has enough of himself left. Okay, here comes a ram. Hopefully those shots don't get caught in the barrel. Looks like he's waiting to fire.
That was an unfortunate miss.
Oh! There they went.
That's not what you want to see.
That was his entire armament.
Yeah. So what happened there is a tiny little piece of debris got, it ended up in front of one of those nukes. One of the nuke launchers. So as soon as it fired, it hit the little piece of debris, exploded against the debris, and the actual explosion itself does do friendly fire. So that nuke detonated all the launchers around it, which detonated the factories, and just the whole thing explodes immediately, especially because of how much damage that ship has taken from the ring.
AWH has resorted to ramming speed in order to push him away from the rod. Fortunately, he doesn't have any rear left, so that is GG. Good game, guys. Congratulations to Enoshade. It was an interesting match.
It was very technical for how little it seemed was going on.
That's true. Those are some of the good ones.
Yeah.
Some of the old matches where everybody was just using rear-mounted nukes were really intense. You try to get your best shot off with your nukes, and you try to get the heck away from theirs.
Alright, so there is a concern where someone has time issues. So the thought is that a different person had time issues for the early part, which is why they dropped out of the tournament, but they have access to the later part. So there was an idea where they sub in for the person that has to go. What are you guys' thoughts on that?
I think that's okay. Seems fair enough.
And Quix?
I'm thinking it's if the competitors are okay with that, cool.
Alright, also should it be the case that Bilog uses commandant ships or Bilog's ships?
That's a good question.
I think if we're willing to switch out a player, it would be cruel and unusual to force him to use someone else's ships.
Cool and unusual.
Well,
Alright.
Well, you know, it's like telling somebody to finish the basketball game in someone else's shoes. Literally in someone else's sneakers.
I mean, it's kind of, you know, their fault for having to sub in, though.
It is, but
Like,
I feel like if we're going to let them play, we should let them play with their own chips.
Oh, I actually have to kind of disagree with you there, because them suddenly joining in the bracket is kind of an unfair advantage. So
It is.
I think a good balance would be using someone else's chips. I think that's fitting.
So, I'm neutral on it, and you two have opposing opinions. So,
We do. It's tricky adding somebody late in the bracket in the first place. That's the hard part.
Bilog wasn't even ready for it? Okay, buddy.
How was our
Just a second. I have to replace the guy now.
Is there... Well, where are we in the bracket right now? Let's see.
I was skewing it again because we had to
Who's
fit
the person?
commandant in.
Who's the person who left?
Commandant, which has been replaced
Okay.
by an italicized Bilog. Um,
Oh.
Pronto seems to think that someone else's ships make sense, so
If that's what you guys want to do.
uh,
So it comes out
I'm not necessarily sure
here.
it's the
One
best idea.
bracket.
It's just that like presumably a moderator with good reasoning and whatnot has good reasoning. Like they're the
Right.
moderator. So, yeah, you have to use commandant. I don't know. I'm kind of leaning the other way a little bit.
So in the secondary bracket, there's only Commandant and Gaxion left. Is that correct?
Um, no.
Is there anybody in the secondary bracket who hasn't played yet?
Yes, there's 7 people in the bottom bracket.
So could you just start him with the loss in the secondary bracket and just let him play?
No, he's already in the secondary bracket.
No, not Commandant. I'm talking about what is that? Bilog who's coming in?
Well, Bilog would be replacing Commandant in the losers bracket.
Well, I'm saying if there are people who have not played in the losers bracket, then you could just delete Commandant from his spot and just put Bilog into the losers bracket and basically count him as though he already had one loss and just let him play in the secondary bracket.
That's already what I was doing.
Well, if that's the case, then you're basically just treating him like he got here late. His penalty was he already suffered one loss by starting in the secondary bracket, and then just let him play the other people in the secondary bracket.
Yeah, I mean, it does have a little bit of a boost forward because, I mean, look at bracket, but yeah, it's...
Okay, so you're saying there isn't anyone in the secondary bracket who hasn't played yet, other than him at this point.
Yes.
So he'd be getting a leg up
No,
on other people. In the secondary bracket.
I was incorrect. Typeless has not played at all. There's no one he's going up against.
Okay, so why don't you just put in Bilog and have him face Typeless?
Yeah. Sorry, it took me a second for me to understand.
Yeah, I think that's more fair. You know, I wouldn't want to join a tournament late and use someone else's ship. That would just feel weird, man.
Yeah.
But yeah, at that point, he's basically just starting like he already has one loss and he's just in the secondary bracket, that sounds fair to me.
And you think that he shouldn't use someone else's ships?
I would never force anybody to use someone else's ships.
Yeah, it kind of be like incorrect or kind of weird, like you're not actually at your max, which is kind of disencouraging the competitive spirit.
Yeah, it's a weird handicap.
But I think that starting in the losers bracket is already like enough of a loss.
I agree.
I suppose that's true.
All right, I'm okay. Since I'm the tournament manager and my word is law, Gulag does not
It
have to
is.
use the ships. So be grateful. I don't know.
Bilog now owes one to Saris. Hint, hint.
And Quiximo.
I think Saris is trying to get something out of this.
Quiximo wants his cut.
If you lose to me, Bilog, you don't have to use your ships. Or something.
That's true, because he'll be out of the game.
Exactly. Alright, so I fixed up the bracket, I think. And apparently Bilog is having issues, so
We should probably just start a different match first and let them figure everything out. If that's possible.
I still have an error. It's hard to remember who won sometimes. Okay, so I think it's gonna be me versus Lone Wolf next, so if one of you could ping him.
Oh god, Bilog. He's working on it. dude's stuck in BIOS right now. I was really afraid my computer was going to do the same thing when we had that power outage. The power went out and went back on like 10 times
Oof.
within the span of 3 seconds.
We're like
And that's how long it took me to reach over and pull the plug.
Were you like struck by lightning?
I have no idea what happened. I've never seen that. The inside of my computer was flashing from the lights coming on and off.
Well, who doesn't want a strobe PC?
I don't want a strobe PC. I've lost too many hard drives as it is.
Well, I'm
Is it
glad
like-
it functioned long enough.
Kids, never plug a space heater into the same outlet as your computer. Don't do it.
Is it like insanely windy for you or something?
It was really windy today. It was really windy, so I think a tree must have been smacking into a power line or something.
Yeah.
And just bam, 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 bam.
That's why you plug your computer into a UPS.
Alright. Apparently Billog is having issues because the laptop he's using does not have his chips saved, so he's just going to use commanded chips anyways.
See, I was right. Fate decided for me.
Yeah. It didn't matter. Alright, I'm going to mute because I'm fighting someone. Please cast, of course.
Right, so we have Ceres with laser traps, and Lone Wolf has a somewhat traditional missile orbiter.
That is not necessary. Well, you could call it a missile orbiter, but it's not a pure missile orbiter. It actually has a fair amount of reverse. It's
That is
actually technically a rear-mounted missile barge from back before missile orbiters were a thing.
So
It's not
Ceres-
dissimilar to one I actually used in the last tournament.
So Ceres is opting to keep his ships together for now. That gives him better focus fire, though it comes at the cost of maybe a bit of maneuverability. Like, he's getting hit by a lot more of these missiles than he would otherwise.
But you notice he hasn't really taken any lasting damage. Most of it's just been on his shields. He's planning to use the fact that missiles have a really hard time hitting fast-moving targets to ensure that the damage that he does take doesn't stick. And what I mean by that is it just gets absorbed by the shields, and the shields recharge before he takes another volley, effectively mitigating any damage that was done. Cyrus has already managed to punch through the front.
Yeah, almost hitting that main reactor there.
Unfortunately, Lone Wolf's setup is causing him to have some serious logistical problems with his thrusters. Over half of them are out of power currently.
Yeah, and that's not where you want to be against a really agile opponent.
He's effectively a missile orbiter right now since all of his Omni Thrust is out. And Cyrus is just gonna, well, there it went.
Oh, there goes that. So at this point, that ship has no reactors left. It just has surviving control rooms. So
Yep.
pretty soon the missiles will run out of power for the factories and they'll stop firing, and that ship will be defenseless.
Cyrus is making the smart tournament play, and he's just retreating, recognizing that Lone Wolf will run out of power eventually.
It's interesting that Lone Wolf isn't even trying to move. Never mind. Commentator's curse.
Unfortunately, he just auto-fired some missiles, and he doesn't have power to generate anymore, so he has 2 volleys left to his name, and then now he has 1.
He probably still has a little bit of reload. Not much, though.
Okay, now he has 4. Nope, 3 missiles. It was 4.
And it
Well, a
looks
couple
like
of them.
Ceres is
Ugh.
coming in for the kill now.
Yep. Yep, just picking him off. Oh, now he splits. Fancy.
Yeah, he's gonna split to prevent Lone Wolf from spinning and absorbing a lot of that damage.
Right.
There's no longer anything Lone Wolf can really do to avoid getting his control rooms taken out.
He doesn't have the thrust left to move anyway.
That's true. He's out of power now.
And so Sarge just comes around to the soft, squishy bits. You notice how how much less explosive those missile modules are when they don't have any missiles. That's why it's important to dump your missiles before they blow up when possible.
Yeah. Good game.
Good game, you two. Congratulations, Aris. Probably couldn't hear me yet.
I already told you that I can't deafen because then I'm not hearing any casters, so those matches would just be silent.
Fair.
But yeah, shout out to One Eye. My ship is mostly based off of his. Like, there's differences, but it's very, like, it's easily spottable that it's based off of.
In the community, we call those clones. When somebody creates a kind of a breakout ship that works really well, and other people say, "I want one of those," but I'm not going to take your ship particularly. I'm going to take everything that's good about your ship and make my own version.
Well, yeah, it's if everything is good, then like ultimately, fundamentally, you have to at some point copy someone.
Yep.
Like arguably,
Yep.
it's bad or whatever, but I mean.
Oh, no, not at all. Cloning is not bad at all. It's
well,
like the highest form of compliment you can give somebody to say,
mean,
your stuff is so good, I'm going to make my own of yours.
It just has negative connotation is all.
Okay. I don't see it with a negative connotation.
Just,
I think cloning
my
is
own
just...
experiences in the past have been like, you're cloning, you're not good at building ships at all.
I think as long as you give credit where it's due, like you just did to One Eye, cloning is just fine, you know? You give a nod to the person who made it the first time, and then it just becomes an archetype that other people use.
Yeah.
Yeah, and clones, since they're not just directly stealing the original design, clones are still limited by the shipbuilding ability of whoever's cloning it. So you might have a clone that looks similar, but doesn't act the same. You might have a clone that looks a little different, ends up acting similarly, etc.
100%.
It's not like just directly stealing someone's design and like trying to improve on it or something. It's more just taking the idea and making your own take on that idea.
You're taking a concept and an interaction that you like, and you're making it your own.
I'd like to also point out that whenever I clone a ship, in air quotes, I always rebuild it from the ground up and understand how everything works. It's not just like
100%.
copying everything.
Yeah, I'd consider that a necessity.
100%. Otherwise, you are copying. You know, you are stealing someone's ship at that point. Stealing is frowned upon. Cloning is not.
Well.
I don't mind cloning.
Also interesting to see, sometimes you'll have very bizarre ships that people try and clone and kind of fail because there's so many different factors keeping that ship viable. When someone tries to clone it, they, for whatever reason, might be a little too lax on investing in thrust weapons, whatever it is, and it ultimately hurts the clone as a whole.
That's true. That's another place to shout out crew roles, where it's possible to clone a ship extremely well and get everything right, having to do with all of the parts being in the right places. But if you don't have a strong grasp of the crew roles that make the ship function, the ship may still not work.
Yeah, a fair amount of competitive designs, even if you copy it part for part from an image or something, it will still be vastly inferior to the original design.
Plus, like, armor, fire extinguishers, and logistics are all mostly invisible, which, like, even without crew rules, are incredibly important. It reminds me of one of my first experiences with Cosmoteer, where I built a ship I was really happy when I went so far as to paint it, like this random noob ship, which was very cool of him. But then some guy was like, you know, I don't like that guy, so I'm just going to copy every tile on his ship from a screenshot. Which ultimately, it wasn't like worse, but that was because the ship was already bad, and it was one of the first ships I built. But it was very funny.
Yeah, ship stealing only really gets you so far for all of the reasons that we just mentioned anyway. If you don't understand how the ship works, there's a big chance that whatever you make is going to be inferior or just straight up won't work anyway. Additionally, if you play this game long enough, like some of the people in this channel, eventually you can take a look at a ship that someone else is using and immediately identify how it works, what it's doing, and why it's doing it. And so if you want to make a copy of it, you can just by having seen it once.
To a point, because there's still sometimes very minor things that make very big differences.
There are. Oftentimes little hidden things like weird crew interactions and weird interactions between certain parts. But when we don't understand it, if it's doing well, you bet your ass one of us will figure it out.
Eventually.
Though partially that's because everything has been determined. Back like
Yeah.
2 years ago, it was if someone made an innovation, you had to like beg to see the ship.
Right?
At times, anyway.
Yeah, it's not like the first time you see an explosion gun and, fall out of your chair.
It was like black magic, that. Arcane and foul in nature. Or the Q-tips, as they were originally called.
Interesting.
Wasn't that just because the original explosion gun was named Q-tip for some reason?
Actually, it was called Sundial. The caster at the time, Apaguchi, just decided to call it a Q-tip. Why, I
And it
don't
stuck.
know. But it's kind of like Squibs, and the name just stuck and makes no sense.
I mean, I think the original design sundial did kind of maybe look like a Q-tip. I think it was unpainted and it was long and thin.
I'm not sure what Q-tips you've been using, but Sundial is very scary looking as a Q-tip silhouette.
Yeah, I'm
Well,
not
this got
saying
dark.
it looks like a Q-tip.
I mean,
So
look
Anyway.
we've got Inner Shade versus Space Cat. Right now, it looks like Inner Shade has his hybridized shieldless rails plus nukes versus Luke's laser wall. Okay, they've both selected. I'm concerned for Inner Shade because that laser wall is very fast and it can jump on him before he loads.
At the same time, walls generally don't do very well against rail fans, and even though it's a hybrid, Shade's ship does have rails.
Looks like Luke is not opting to shoot the moon and get on him quickly. Looks like he's going to let him charge in favor of doing some of his own charging. Charging basically just being the fact that a lot of his weapons start empty, so he has to take some time to produce enough ammunition to be able to fire. And a lot of his energy storages also, well, all of his energy storages start empty, so it takes a while for his reactors to get, and his crew to get all of the logistical supplies to those parts. I'm running out of words today. It's been a long day.
Yeah, it has. So, this time Inishade is doing his best to run away so he can get all of those nukes fully loaded.
And Luke has let him do it.
And it looks like he's fixed that power issue with the third factory, so that'll help some.
By the way,
Has he? I haven't
Yeah.
seen it. I haven't seen any power run to it yet.
There's
By
not
the w-
much, but it's there.
By the way, Shade took this very small ship that I'm pretty sure was designed to absorb the Alpha Strike, so that Space Cat no longer has like the preloaded missiles. Like, you notice that all of the EMPs are empty now.
Well, it
Oh,
bought some
interesting.
time.
Yeah, which is
I
exactly
still
what he
haven't-
needed.
I still haven't seen any evidence of power in that rear factory. I'm watching for someone to bring power. I
mean,
don't see anyone bringing power.
It has nukes currently in it.
Well, that could have been from when it started, because the factory itself started with power. So they could have taken parts from it right out of the gate, but I haven't seen any evidence of any power being added to it since then.
That's possible. I saw
Oh,
it
here we go.
on and
Here we go.
functioning, but...
All right.
Hey!
Oh, they're powering the factory. They're not powering the energy storage.
Still an improvement, though.
wait, is there some in the storage? Hey, we got some power. All right, all the way live, and he's fully charged. All right, both ships are fully charged. So everyone's starting on the right foot this time.
Only
If I
took
were
2
Luke, I
minutes.
would have charged him immediately and gotten right in his face. I wouldn't have let him.
Yeah, nukes are going to be very scary with a smaller ring, because the main thing you have to do to avoid nukes is get the heck away from them, and the further away from nukes you get with the closed ring, the more damage you take anyway.
So I'm not sure that those EMPs are going to be very effective here. Nuke doesn't have any. He doesn't have a lot of strafe, so he's not going to be able to play the strafe game where you just get behind him and get in his rear and stay there. So this could be interesting to see how they go at it. Luke definitely. I keep trying to call Luke Nuke. He definitely has the ability to dodge nukes, but he can't continue to deal damage and dodge nukes at the same time, so he's got to be careful. He has plenty of flak, but that much flak isn't going to be able to shoot down a full volley of nukes if they go off in his face.
Yeah, nukes have a ton of projectile health. Looks like he has 16 launchers. It would take a very long time for flak to shoot all of that down.
Yep. And you notice that EMP was completely absorbed by front armor with almost no damage. Another neat thing that Enoshade did to his ship is he added structure to the front of his ship to make it a little bit... well...
That's gonna hurt a lot. That was definitely a gamble, but I'm not sure it paid off.
I think it went well for Enoshade. I don't think it could have gone much better for him. He also managed to get all of his nukes off prior to getting them shot, and you notice how half of his ship isn't on fire, and he didn't suffer all of the explosions of having nukes detonated in his in the launchers, which is a huge boon for him. If even one of those had gone off, that would have sucked a lot worse.
Yeah, that's one interesting aspect of Enoshade's design there is typically you'll have factories very close to what they're supplying. So, like with nukes, you'll have the factories pretty much right next to them, which makes them very dangerous, very explosive. But because he's only using 3 factories that are rather far away, as a whole, the back of the ship is much less explosive.
Shade almost had a bad day if those flak had managed to detonate any of those nuke launchers, but they did not. So he's still trying to charge, but he might have to deal with the one in his rear because those flak will nom him if he lets them stay there. And if they're in the launcher when they go, okay, well.
Ooh.
So Enoshade just fired off his nukes, but Luke was smartly right in his face, and he was so close that when the nukes detonated on Luke, they also damaged himself. While friendly fire is not a thing, if an explosive weapon goes off right on top of somebody else, they will still damage you.
Yeah, all explosions in the game are, they don't care about friendly fire. They will damage anything. The only other thing that applies to is mine shrapnel.
Well, Enoshade definitely removed the flak by doing that, but it did cost him a bit. It didn't cost him quite as bad as I thought it did, actually, now that I'm looking at it. But it did hurt. On the bright side, now his factories aren't so hard pressed. Honestly, the amount of damage that Enoshade has taken looked worse than it was. He's in pretty good shape right now for this. To answer your question, Saris, yes, he has ammo factories connected to his nuke factories. If he has them properly set up, they can continue to reload. So he's making really good use of his booster ammo factories. He's using ammo factories to boost the production of some of his nuke factories. And that is a pretty decent trade-off even when you're not using the ammo in the ammo factory. But since he's a hybrid, he's actually using that ammo as well. The downside is the crew have to carry it a fair distance in order to do it. But it's neat to see.
That's pretty sizable volley on Space Cat's second ship there.
Yep. Those rails are doing decent damage.
Even though Inishade is losing a lot of weaponry, so is Space Cat. They really only have that one ship with a few lasers here and there. Both ships still do have EMPs, but they do effectively 0 physical damage.
Yeah.
So it's not going to make any difference when it comes to actually trying to destroy parts.
And there's just very little. Now, if all of those EMP hit the same spot on his armor, they might knock out one of his thrusters, but that's going to be negligible at this point. So right now, Inoshie just needs to continue using his rails the way that he is, and continue waiting for his next volley to charge. And once he has a big enough volley, he can probably take out the remainder of Luke's firepower, which will more or less end the game. Those rails are still pinning some shields, and he's still doing good damage with them. So he can continue taking out the firepower, or he could probably snipe off his engine rooms. And if he does that, Luke will be dead in the water, whether he has weapons or not. Oh, that actually hit his reactor.
That was very close to totally destroying that ship right then and there.
Well, there are the nukes.
I think those nukes will do the trick. Yeah.
Yep.
Well.
Nope.
That was very.
Yep.
Yeah. It didn't look like it, but that reactor was already so damaged. Just got breathed on and it exploded.
Well, Luke's got his EMPs.
Well, EMPs aren't going to get anywhere. By the time Inishade's ship would die to EMPs, the tournament will have ended a long time ago.
Yeah.
I'm kind of wondering what Inishade is doing. He's not really attacking right now.
Right.
Oh, he's just talking. Ooh, nice snipe. And good game.
Shade wins. Yeah, good game. That was an interesting one. Interesting setup.
Definitely a lot of interesting matches in the tournament so far, just in general.
Yeah, it takes a long time for that Duke package to get fully charged, but when it's fully charged and it hits, it's pretty devastating. Honestly, Shade, I expected him to bait him out and then just dodge.
Right, so how many matches do we have left at this point?
Let's see.
We're at our expected ending time.
Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. With the potential for a 7th.
Alright.
So that is a little bit unfortunate. Usually, like, it's more so the standard for tournaments to run longer than end early. The issue right now is that Juno is, I don't even know, not responding to anything. And Bulog is still struggling with the laptop issue, which begs the question, why did we let him in anyways if he's just going to still take time? But
Juno is marked as AFK by Discord, so something might have happened to him too.
yeah, yeah. So none of the matches are actually ready because, like the bracket is like at this point like completely layered. Like all the matches that could have happened without those two have happened.
Yeah. I mean, I hate to say it, but I think the best thing to do would be to like give them a bit more time and then just forfeit them if they don't show up. because we're going to be going overtime anyway, and trying to figure out like replacements and stuff would take even longer.
Yep, show must go on.
Yeah, show must go on, and the show should have already gone on.
Okay, so Billog presumably will make it, so waiting for them is a good idea, but they only have one match behind them if they were removed, or... Yeah, Billog is going to make it eventually, it's just a question, but Juno is... who knows?
Yeah, there's no telling.
Billog requests 5 minutes, so I guess we'll wait those 5 minutes, but then Cyclist moves forward.
We could also forfeit Juno and then have the next match after that.
Well, the thing is, like, Juno is versus Slowking, and then Slowking is in the finals, so
yeah,
it won't
I
change
see.
anything.
Yeah. I know that Juno was staying up late for this one because they're on the other side of the world. So it's possible that they may have crashed. Hopefully
Like
they'll
literally
be here.
fallen asleep at the computer.
Yes. The last tournament what they applied for, they ended up not playing because it was just too late for them as well. That's the problem with being a global community. It's difficult to find a time that fits for everybody.
Yeah, it's just kind of unfortunate. I mean, I'm pretty sure they're like 4 different people. Or 2 for sure, but multiple people had to be cut out entirely. Like, despite like several people voting for the different time option. Which is always sad to watch, but at least next time it will be suited to them instead.
Right. Yeah, the best thing we can do is run it on the weekend. That's really all we can do.
In the past, there actually were after dark tournaments every now and then, where it was like 12 at night for me. And
nice.
Those were kind of cool, because they did have a different feel to them.
Mm-hmm.
The community is kind of in an awkward size where it's big enough to warrant tournaments like this and have a lot of people join, but it's not big enough to like necessarily have a significant amount of people able to join in whatever time period.
We don't have like a central time zone tournament and a EU time zone tournament or anything.
Yeah, there's not enough players or tournament hosts for that.
Okay, so Juno...
But come 1.0, that might change.
Juno showed up. Come 1.0,
Oh,
what
good.
might change?
Come 1.0, we might have a much larger community. We might have, we might have enough people that will see some interesting changes. Well, we'll definitely see some changes to the game, but it'll be interesting to see whether we get a large influx of players.
I'm hoping so. Like, I like being the tournament guy, but I mean, I can't.
Right.
I can't do it as often as probably would be perfect for, you know, a healthy community, whatnot.
Yeah, if we have a healthy community, we'll see different time zones and things and changes, and people actually. We'll see matches where everybody has good pings and everyone lives within 500 miles of one another.
Or just in the same continent, at the very least.
Right.
It's kind of cool.
That's not to say that I don't. Yeah, I like playing with people from the other side of the world, but it definitely the farther away you are from somebody, the more it affects your gameplay, especially if you rely heavily on DC type play. DC being direct control as opposed to RTS being real-time strategy. If you're telling your ship what to do, it doesn't. Input delay doesn't affect you as much as if you're trying to. You're trying to squeeze every little bit of finesse out of your thrusters by using a real-time or by using direct control. I am very heavily dependent on direct control most of the time. I can RTS, but I really feel it the farther away somebody is and the more lag I suffer.
Yeah, it's definitely an issue. It's very unfortunate. Like, it's cool to have people all around the world, but this obviously has some caveats and costs.
For sure.
At least mostly, we don't seem to have run up against that very much. Like, well, that's partially because effectively the time zone that was not fitting was chose, so they didn't try showing up anyways.
We will when Billog gets here. Because Villog's internet is great.
Alright, into the next match. They both decided to pick avoiders. A gentleman's agreement, of course, between,
Excellent.
not one of them being a gentleman, but gentle nonetheless. Which is very cool.
Alright, so we have an ultralight cannon wall with electrobolters for dealing with shields. And we have an ultralight cannon wall with electrobolters for dealing with shields. So yeah, we've got a mirror match. You notice that Juno is auto-firing his weapons to try to get enough momentum to score a free shot, but it didn't work. Both of these combatants are very, very, very fast, and they have a fairly high amount of firepower that is going to absolutely devastate the other one in short order.
I think with firepower, Juno has the advantage because they're using large cannons instead of smalls. It'll do a lot more damage once you start to break through the opponent's shielding.
Well, he has more firepower using those large cannons. The downside to those large cannons is they are not as accurate and they travel slower. Meaning against a very fast opponent, it's going to be easier for Slowking to roll the damage around, and you notice Slowking has a lot more strafe thrust than Juno does. So he's going to be able to use that to ensure that the damage goes where he wants it to. Unfortunately, He did lose that first trade though, so he's at a disadvantage because of it.
Yeah,
that's mostly because he rammed.
I think Juno is definitely going to win the damage game, but we'll probably have trouble picking off the last important parts on Slowking's ship simply because large cannons are so inaccurate.
Slowking also has the choice of trying to detonate that rear reactor that's exposed, and if he does, he's going to turn Juno into a trap, because then he'll have to fight him on two fronts, which could be good or could be bad. I'm not sure what the right choice is there.
Yeah, it really depends on piloting. There's no telling.
Juno's trying to close, and Slowking's trying to avoid. Slowking's doing a better job of absorbing damage on his shields, and that's where having all that strafe and having smaller cannons is giving him an advantage, versus just the sheer raw firepower that Yari has. That's why Yari, Juno, same person. That's why they're trying to force a ram, because they know they can win a ram with large cannons.
Yeah, and I think also Juno's really experiencing the downsides of large cannons. Besides stuff like lower projectile speed, lower accuracy, etc., they really, really chew through ammo. So generally their modules will be a lot more explosive, and they run out of ammo much faster.
That hit on Slowking pretty much evened the odds. Slowking had the firepower advantage right up until that side shot sniped his ammo factories. And after a few shots, they're probably going to wind up as dead weight. He's also on fire, and I don't think has fire extinguishers in these small modules. He does not. Not in the front modules, anyway. It's looking close.
Getting very close.
Whoa. He got another shot through the barrel. Slowking's trying to... Whoop. There's another one. Slowking's trying to cant his shields, because shields on an angle are harder to penetrate in any one spot. But when he does that, Yari's been able to take advantage of the gap in his shields in order to damage things where there are no shields.
Yeah, you'll see that a lot with just any type of wall fighting, is they'll turn to their side relative to the opponent, and that...
There went another big part.
Yeah.
And the shields are down on the other side. Yari is in trouble.
And
Deluxe taking advantage of taking thrusters. And and he has a reactor on fire, and there it is.
And there it goes. Good game. That
Good
was very
game, you
close.
two. It was. That was a good example of a good mirror match fight.
Yeah.
It is unfortunate. Juno has had to stay up quite late in order to do this one. So fatigue could certainly play a factor. Nonetheless, it was a good fight, and both of you put in a pretty good showing there.
Yeah.
That was one of the walls Slowking was using that Cyrus was talking to me about earlier, that Slowking has done some very good work with and has become a very competent pilot with, as we got to see.
Yeah, that was a great match. I think that's some of the strongest gameplay that we've seen thus far.
Well, that was the old-fashioned wall versus wall gameplay you used to like so much, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's a bit different now because these were always lighter.
Mm-hmm.
The speed has gone up, which makes it so you can dodge every attack to a certain degree. If you got caught in a joust, that was it.
Mm-hmm.
I would use an older, slower type of wall, and I would win against one that they were both using because it's too fragile.
Right.
But it's probably as close as it's ever gonna get.
Right. To the good old days.
Maybe. I don't necessarily know if they were good since, a lot of people left when they were happening.
Yeah.
Alright, Bill cannot show up, so moving typeless forward,
Okay.
which is very unfortunate. A lot of discussion for nothing.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
not, It was yet another power outage.
Ah, the power outages.
Did an EMP explode somewhere and we didn't notice?
I'm so glad my computer's not dead right now. I was really sweating it. That was a really uncomfortable, 20 minutes.
Oof. Yeah, I'm glad you showed up. Good commentary.
Thank you.
Let's just hope typeless shows up.
Be unfortunate if we keep losing players like this.
Yeah, I don't understand. It's the tournament, everyone knows that this was going to go on for this long.
Well, not necessarily. I mean, the
Okay.
tournament was supposedly supposed to end 15 minutes ago, so people that looked at the end time frame and said, yeah, I can maybe fit that in, might no longer be able to fit it in.
Okay,
And other people who didn't think they'd be able to be there in time, now they're showing up.
Yeah, the thing is, though, that only was it Hero Astra and Admiral Curtis have been here for the first time, and everyone who's been in the tournament knows that they go longer than the run times.
Ah.
Yes, the time described we have gone over, but this is the standard.
Well, we'll just add for the future, we'll add a little asterisk to the tournament in time.
Yeah, that is.
We're just at an hour.
We can also there are a lot of things we've actually learned in this tournament that we can use to clean it up the next time we do one. You know, one is adding that asterisk to, hey, the end time might be earlier, it might be later, it depends on what happens and who all, is here. What was the other thing that we learned? Oh, having to do with people joining late, we can come up with a rule for how somebody joins late depending on what state the game is in. So that we don't have to have those conversations.
Also counter picks and whatnot.
This exactly. So
I
this
think
is all.
Though there's still not a good.
This is all good
solution yet.
training for one to know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tournaments are always very knowledgeable and good for results.
Not that I think this would be viable, but what if people get into a counter pick loop like that? Each person comes up with the worst possible ship to give to their opponent. That could be fun.
I have another idea. You have a limited number of times you can swap ships.
How would you enforce that, though?
Well, that just becomes hot potato or whatever.
You think so?
Whatever the game is, where it's you pass something over and then you count down by 1 or 2. It's just
it might not work. You try to bleed as many ship swaps out of the opponent as you can, and have the last pick would be the meta game there.
Yeah, that is the issue. Which
There's
one?
the idea that we came up with a while ago where everybody puts forward, say, 3 ships, and then you eliminate ships. But again, you're going to put up, like, say, 3 of the same ships and then just eliminate anything that counters you.
I don't know what to pick here. I don't think any of my options are super good, but I'm gonna mute because, you know.
I do like the idea of a blind pick, but it is more complicated.
So it looks like Typeless is going with that same rail trap.
They were pretty solid. They fought
Yeah.
a good fight last time.
Hmm.
And
was
Cyrus
interesting.
Cyrus brought out the laser wall. Typeless thought better of it.
I'd actually expect the laser wall to lose.
Well, yes and no. Cyrus has had a pretty decent job of taking down rail fans with those things, which is unusual because rail fans typically counter laser walls. But laser walls are so much more agile, they've been able to cant on the side and use their shields and spread damage in ways that you typically don't see rail fans spreading, or rail fans being able to not smoke immediately. A pure rail fan with tons and tons of rails will probably still win as long as it has the ability to spin. But something like a railfan trap might not be able to spin him off as easily, which might be why you saw him switch. I think Typeless actually prefers to split most of the time too. I don't think I've ever seen him not end up splitting with his rail traps.
And looks
That
like
is a rail kite.
Yeah.
That could be good or bad, depending on how it goes.
I don't think Sarah's is going to be very happy with that matchup. Could be wrong.
I'm not going to
Yeah.
commentate on it because I don't want people to continue to counterpick each other. So I'm going to wait to see what they I'm going to wait to see what they do before I comment on what they're doing. But I will say that I have no idea what it is that Cyrus just picked. I don't know what those are.
There's 3
I
of
do,
them.
but
Yes, they
I
are.
probably shouldn't say anything about them just so this speeds up.
Yeah, I'm just. Oh wait, I think I might know. Oh, interesting. That is a TV missile orbiter. But I can't be sure given the mod because it might have mines. It might have nukes. There's no way to know. And that's actually kind of nice to not be able to just immediately look at a silhouette and know exactly what it is and how it's going to work.
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting niche that popped up out of nowhere. Because, missile launchers, it's only one part that launches 4 different types of missiles. And
Right.
if you have 2 different types of weapons that look very similar on the ship preview, having them all be missiles is really cool.
Yeah. That part I do like. It's a lot harder to counterpick. I like seeing more viable weapons.
I don't even think it's having more viable weapons as much as more weapon variety.
Mm-hmm. Isn't that the same thing?
In a way, it's been a long day.
Well, I see a whole lot of mines. I think it's pure mines, let me tell you.
That
It is
is pure
pure
mines.
mines.
Oh, that's terrifying. So,
And he's got to get moving immediately. Fortunately, he has good enough logistics that he's already pumping out plenty of mines. The question is whether or not he's going to be able to get Cyrus to move into any of those mines, and I don't know how he's going to do that at this point. He can't get away from him, so if he exposes his rear, that's going to be a bad day. So I don't know how he's going to get Cyrus to do anything other than back up, unless he can get a good orbit going and then force him into another direction. This is the downside to fighting somebody who's exactly the same speed as you in every direction. Once he's on you, there's not really any way to get away from him.
yeah, he's
He can't
think-
expose his rear. He's got to give him his side if he turns again. Yeah.
That hurt.
And now he's exposing his rear because he has to find a way to get Saris into his mines.
And his tractor beams are really out of power. I think
Now
if
he's
you were
trying to
using
pull him.
his tractor beams to target, like, the side of Saris's ship, that would help.
He's trying to pull him. He's trying to pull him in. I don't know that he has the thrust to do it. I don't think he does. And he's only got 2 tractor beams on him. Saris can probably break that. On the bright side, now he has the ability to at least... Oh, actually, a bunch of his mine launchers are having a problem. He's having some massive logistical problems.
To be fair, mines are very, very hard to supply. They're probably the most
They are.
complicated logistics chain in the game.
They are. Yeah, they're just not putting out mines anymore. If he doesn't have mines, he's dead in the water here.
Yeah, all of his factories are out of power, looks like.
Yeah, it looks like there's a logistical problem on that one. Good game, guys.
And there that goes. Good game.
Congratulations, Cyrus. It was an interesting setup, though, Typeless, for sure. But
Yes.
unfortunately, in this mod, it's much more difficult to use tractor beams to manipulate somebody than it normally would have been. If that was vanilla, he might have been able to drag you into his mines, even with the 2 tractor beams.
Yeah, it's a very cool ship, and like that's a very solid strategy against most opponents because mines obliterate things, and if they can't do anything about it, then they just will die.
Right.
The issue comes from just like you can't do anything about it if they
Right.
can respond.
Right. Yeah, it's a lot harder to manipulate someone with tractor beams in this mod. And unfortunately, those logistical issues prevented a lot of your tractor beams from staying on. In order to drag somebody into mines, you have to have significantly more thrust than your opponent and significantly more tractor beam power than their own thrust. So you have to have them both, otherwise they don't go.
So next, I believe, is Saris versus Gaxian. And then the winner of that will fight Shade, and then the winner of that will fight Slowking. Is that right?
The other option that Typeless could have tried was to just ram and do the old Vilda strat where you just ram the person, keep them on your front, and then steer them into mines. But you pretty much need to have hooks and a speed advantage, and when the other person is the same speed as you, it's just too hard to catch up to them before they drill a hole into your reactor, like what we saw.
You know, I think I faced Gaxian in our first rounds. Oh boy.
Oh.
Well then.
Is this the final?
No.
Okay.
I posted the bracket. There's 1, 2,
Alright, let me check
3, 4, potentially 5 matches left. So 4 to 5.
Alright, good deal.
Right, so Saris has picked a set of 3 traps. They are small laser traps, something you'd never see in vanilla. And Gaxian is using, looks like, missiles and mines.
Alright. Oh, that's why I couldn't identify it. It's all small lasers.
Yep. It's a bizarre setup. Now, the problem with those ships is, if I remember correctly, they have logistical issues. The reactors can't fully supply everything, especially when they're taking hits.
This is an excellent example of trapping.
Oh, never
When
mind.
you are faster or the same speed as your opponent, once they are in the formation that SARS has, it is impossible to get out from being flanked. There is nothing Gaxian can do other than spin to try to keep as many of them out of his rear as possible. But since there's 3 of them, that's not possible.
Yeah,
So you're trapped, you're stuck. This is what happens. Additionally, typically in regular vanilla, not the mod, your missiles are capable of doing enough damage that if somebody's directly in your rear like a trap, you can often kill them by just direct firing them with your missiles. But because everything's moving so fast, you see all of his missiles are missing. Missiles misses.
Yeah.
And so even then, yeah, go ahead.
In a situation like this, the only thing you can really do to prevent being flanked is to fully destroy one of the ships flanking you.
Yep.
And I don't think Gaxine can win this race against time.
Nope. One thing that Gaxine could have done out of the beginning, good game, guys. Well played, Saris. One thing Gaxine could have done was fly away from Saris at the beginning in order to spend some time charging up everything and spend some time getting some mines out so that he could try to use those mines to try to prevent Saris from just dominating him like that by basically trying to get a little bit of a minefield out somewhere. The answer to that is Saris could have just sat in the middle and waited for Gaxian to come out of the mines anyway. So, you know, there's a play and then there's a counterplay.
All right, so Saris is again going to go against Enishade.
Saris making his way up the shadow bracket.
Yeah, I love these ships. Since they have no storages, it's kind of funny because like most ships have at least some wind-up time. These are exceptions to that. Like they immediately can jump on opponents.
Right.
Which
yeah, you can shoot the moon before they even charge.
Yeah, I think is a kind of underutilized tactic.
It is because it's really strong, and we've seen it used very effectively more than once now. I was concerned about it when we made the mod, but not very many people have done it. I'm pretty sure I said so. I was concerned when you were able to, from the start of the match, get to me before I had a single missile ready in my launchers.
Now, I think part of that is Saris keeps starting distance absurdly close, in my opinion.
It's a little close. I would make the starting distance a little bit farther away for that reason, especially because everything's so fast. Just to account for the fact that things are faster, so that every ammunition or energy supply storage user isn't at such a massive disadvantage.
Now, to be clear, this is in like his private messing around games. It's changed in the tournament to be a little more reasonable.
It has.
Yes. Starting distance is actually like really small if there's 3 or especially 4 players, but when it's 1v1 it's a lot better.
I usually like to have it a little bit longer so that things have times to charge, but I also tend to prefer ships that need to charge.
Right, so Enishade is using that same perma-thrust diagonal missile barge. Such a weird thing to say.
Unfortunately for Enishade, he watched Gaxian's missile orbiter have that fight, and he took another missile orbiter into the same matchup, and it's probably going to go the exact same way.
Unfortunately, I have to agree. I think this ship has maybe a little more firepower.
It's faster. You're seeing him. He's actually getting some distance. Saris wasn't able to get within firing range in order to flank him, but it may only be a matter of time. Ooh, Enishade's got some hits in, but again, you notice, ooh, they're getting some hits. I'm not sure it's going to be okay. Let's see if I was wrong. I may have been wrong. This is closer to what typically happens when you have traps versus missile orbiters. The missile orbiter outpaces whatever traps it's not engaging, and it stays on one trap and basically plays divide and conquer. Okay, this is the point where the rod becomes a problem because Enishade has to turn, and since Enishade is turning and Saris's traps can fly as the crow flies, they gain ground. And if they gain enough ground to get in his rear, and enough of them get in his rear to flank him, there's nothing Enishade can do. However, he's getting hits.
It's worth noting that because Enishade's ship is diagonal, being attacked from the back, there's a much smaller area that Saris needs to be in to be able to actually hit something besides armor.
That's true, but the armor is also thin to compensate, so it will take him less time to get through the armor in any given spot. He has destroyed one ship, though, and he's already done way better than I expected. I think this is coming down to Inushe just being that much, having that much thrust. Even when he turns, he's still not going under 159 meters per second while turning sharply. Just pretty bonkers.
Yeah, permathrust, definitely an odd choice, but it seems to be working out in a lot of ways.
He's already done leagues and bounds better than I expected him to, just because he was able to keep up his speed so much higher.
Yeah, I figured this match would go about the same as the previous one, like you were saying. But...
So did I. I stand corrected. Well, there's the power of permathrust, and the power of being able to turn so hard without slowing down as much. A lot of the other... another thing to point out, though, probably, is that a lot of the other missile orbiters have been getting slower and slower lately because they've been fighting each other so much. And when you're fighting other missile orbiters, speed is often less important than how much armor and shields you can put on the front and your firepower. So slower missile orbiters, we're definitely going to have a hard time against these traps. Well, it looks like Cyrus is hanging out, which is a pretty good strategy.
Also looks like Inushe doesn't have enough fire extinguishers. I think he just completely lost a module to fire.
Oh! Oh no. Looks like he's going to lose another one.
I'm not sure that has any fire extinguishers.
He has fire extinguishers in the modules. I don't...
Okay.
Yeah, that one has 2 fire extinguishers. One was lost. The downside to that setup is oftentimes the point where you need a fire... This is the issue with having fire extinguishers. You want your fire extinguishers to be close to where you need them, but not right on top of whatever's going to explode. Because when it explodes, it destroys your fire extinguishers.
Yeah. Even though Inushe has a lot of fire extinguishers distributed throughout the ship, a lot of the ones that survive explosions end up being really far away, which... I mean, by the time the fire extinguishers get delivered, yeah, there goes another module.
Look at all the fire extinguishers that we're trying to get there that are no longer...
Yeah.
Well, now they're just putting out fires on a useless part. Well, it's not useless. It's still helping. He probably still needs that.
Yeah. The fire extinguishers have trouble getting there in time to begin with, but also the moving walkways get damaged each time a module explodes, which further slows down crew trying to deliver stuff.
So he has 1 fire extinguisher per 2 missile launchers. The downside is since it's on the missile launcher, it means it's a 50-50 chance that whichever missile launcher gets destroyed will also take out the fire extinguisher, and there are no fire extinguishers close enough to save it if it happens. So there's a 50-50 chance that his fire extinguishers will be useless when it goes off. And what's worse is an adjacent fire extinguisher on the far side can actually destroy both of the fire extinguishers on the other side. So he has fire extinguishers, but they're not effective the way that they're set up. It also looks like some of his missile launchers are able to chain. One thing that he could have done when that module was on fire, when both of those modules were on fire, was quickly select all of those missiles, all of those launchers, and put them on auto fire, and turn off the factories to just get as many missiles out of it as possible, so that whatever does explode doesn't set more fires because there isn't active ammunition in it.
Yeah.
But that's neither here nor there now.
I do wonder why Inushe is stalling at this point. If
it is not in his best interest to stall. I agree.
Yeah. Especially earlier when he was on fire and losing modules. I think what I would have done there is just get in, do as much damage with those modules as possible before they explode, and then maybe hang back for a while.
I agree. The setup that Inushe has for his missile modules means he can just continue to fire indefinitely, and he's not going to run out. So there's no reason why he can't just shoot for everything he's got.
So the ring is starting to become uncomfortably small.
Well, Inushe is aware that Cyrus is probably just going to keep dodging him to close the ring, because that's where he's going to have the greatest chance. It's also true that Shade might get some lucky shots and do some damage, and it's not costing him anything to try to at this point. I don't know that he wants to be in that position when the rod closes.
Now, hopefully, Shade isn't listening and I'm not about to give him a tip, but it seems like he's having a lot of trouble staying inside the ring at this point. If it were me, I would actually start controlling the perma-thrust module as a normal thruster module. That way, it might slow down your turning a little, but it gives you more control over where you're going, it prevents you from shooting yourself way outside of the ring, etc.
Shade actually has a pretty good fix for that. He's got it hotkeyed so that he can turn off, selectively stop firing some of his thrusters, and he's done that. So he's able to slow himself down and still keep his permathrust advantage. If he tries to use the permathrust module to turn regularly, he's not going to be able to use direct control at all because he's effectively flying 2 ships.
Well, in that case, you just direct control the thruster module, and usually that's enough to overcome anything the shell is trying to do.
Right.
The shell being the not thruster module.
Right. Well, he ended up losing another missile module, which is not good.
Doesn't look like it's on fire, though, so that's a plus.
No, it's not. Most likely because he was firing at the time. Missile modules are significantly less devastating to explode when they don't have much ammunition. The more ammunition, the more it sucks when they go off. Yep.
And almost lost another one there.
Yep. He's lost half the firepower out of it, and there's a fire, and like we were discussing earlier, there's no fire extinguishers in range, so it's probably about to destroy the module.
Yeah, if it had more health left, I think the fire would get put out in time.
Oh, wait, I might be wrong. He got it out.
Oh, wow.
And the other one went off. Shit.
That missile factory is on 225 health out of 9,000. That was cutting it very close.
Yeah, right on the edge. I don't think he's going to have the firepower to pull this off at this point. He has 2 missile launchers left.
Well, at the same time, Ceres is down to 1 ship. His other ship got too much thruster damage, it can't really move.
Ah, that's interesting.
Yeah.
I still don't think it's going to be enough.
I still think either one could win. It's a matter of maneuvering at this point. Ceres needs to figure out a way to get to Shade's back without putting himself at risk of getting hit by missiles. Shade is doing Oh, that's unfortunate.
If I were Shade, I'd fight this one out. I wouldn't give up, though. Because you've got some advantages.
I think
that hurt.
And it's just a matter of taking out the remaining control rooms.
Cyrus is probably a little...
Cyrus is 1.
Yep.
Yeah, there's 1, 2 left.
All right, he's got it. I wasn't going to say it in the middle of the match, but I was curious what Shade was going to do. I wouldn't have given up right away if I were him, because he had the opportunity to just take what was left of his ship and try to bait Cyrus as far out of the rod as he could to see whether or not he would spend that time killing his main ship, because Shade's thruster module was chilling in the middle. So if Cyrus had taken the bait, there's a chance that he would have destroyed the ship, he would have died in the rod, and the engine module would have actually won the game for him. Alas, that was a good game.
That was a very, very close match.
It was. That was a good fight. That ended up a lot closer than what I initially expected, so good on you both.
Right, so Ceres continues climbing the ladder outside of the loser's bracket. I believe he's fighting Juno next. Yeah.
Yep, that's what I would have done, Shade. Do everything that you can to try to get him as far from the center as possible to see whether or not he noticed that your engine module was just chilling in the center. And if he took the bait, you could have beat him. I don't know if he would have or not, but it seemed like he didn't notice the engine module was there until the end.
You know, that's one of the things that makes Cosmoteer tournaments really fun. Is there's almost always something you can do, whether that's some last-ditch effort, whether it's just some new type of piloting you're thinking up on the spot.
Yep.
It's never over till it's over.
Yep. There's always a chance. If you know the matchup well enough, there are times where you can just say, okay, you know what, I'm fighting a PD wall, and I have missiles, and I can't kill anything. You know what, good game. But most of in a good match that's going back and forth, there's often more you can be doing if you're looking for it, and that's a huge sign of how experienced a player is at piloting, whether or not they can find those opportunities and exploit them mid-match. And whether or not they can spot those opportunities that their opponent's about to take and counter them.
I do believe that is another missile and or mine ship.
Oh dear. All right, let's see if it's quick enough. Let's see if I have to eat my hat. Shade did a lot better than I expected, so, who knows, but I would not take a missile orbiter in that fight personally. We'll see.
Yeah. I mean, in vanilla, that's a great matchup for the missile orbiter.
Oh,
I think
absolutely.
it's proven at this point that Ceres's ships are decently effective against them.
Yep. If they dropped some of those lasers and added a little bit of PD, it would be GG.
Right, so that is pure missiles, looks like. And that is a lot of missiles. That's 30 missile launchers.
I recognize that missile mod. Yeah, this looks like an Antares clone. Actually, it's not an Antares clone. The setup is a little bit different, but the module is the same. Unfortunately, he's having some logistical issues right out of the gate. Some of his operators are leaving.
Really?
Okay, they're back now. One of them's still missing on the right side. Two of them, another one just left. I don't know what's going on or why they're doing that, but they should not be doing that.
I don't think he actually has dedicated operators. I think what was happening is since the power storages started empty, a lot of the crew got diverted to filling the power storages and didn't make it back in time. And wow, that is a lot of missiles.
Yep, that looks like a 30. Yep, that's a 30. That's about as much firepower as you can fit on a competitive missile orbiter.
Now, it comes at the cost of defense. That's not as
Right.
much armor, agility, etc. as you might want on a different type of missile orbiter.
Additionally, the rear is significantly exposed, and that module, I built that module. That module is very, very finicky. It's a lot more exposed in the rear, and it cannot sustain itself indefinitely. So you have to be careful how you use it. The bright side is you have 30 missiles that you can unload on somebody. He's doing a pretty good job of keeping Cyrus out of his rear for the most part.
Yeah.
However, it doesn't look like. Yeah. Well, he might be able to break out here. Actually, it looks like he is.
Yeah, he's having a very hard time preventing Ceres from hitting the back of his ship, but he's doing a good job of rotating just enough to kind of throw the targeting of each ship off. Does look like one of those missile modules is on fire, though. We might see yet another victim to fire this tournament.
I don't see any fire extinguishers.
Oh, you're right. There are no fire extinguishers on the entire ship.
Yeah, so that's going to be 2 dead mods. That's going to be 3 dead modules right there. Yari's doing exactly what I said earlier. He's turning off some of his factories and trying to get rid of some of his missiles, and so that he doesn't completely explode in a minute.
Oh, I'm not sure in this case it even matters quite that much, unless the explosion is large enough to move fire to a different module.
It would have changed to the third module, or to one of the two remaining modules. There's probably going to be a small explosion, but it won't be nearly as bad as it would have been if he hadn't gotten rid of those missiles. So good on him for doing that. Yeah. See,
now,
it didn't set the adjoiner on fire. See,
that was actually really lucky. Normally you'd have a bit of fire in the walkway there, and eventually it would probably creep its way over and start messing with the other two modules, but just didn't roll any fire there. The only fire that appeared was disconnected.
So his manual damage control almost makes up for the lack of fire extinguishers. That was a good example of what I was discussing earlier, of ensuring that your fire doesn't spread by basically dumping your ammunition as quickly as you can. That would have continued to chain, and that would have eventually destroyed all of his modules if he hadn't accounted for it.
Yeah. It's good micro and a hint of luck.
Good micro. Now put on fire extinguishers.
Fire extinguishers save lives.
For a bit of history, somebody has lost a match in every tournament I've been a part of because they forgot to put on fire extinguishers. Fire has killed someone every time.
I believe I can say the same thing.
Yeah, and you've seen more tournaments than I have.
Right, so at this point, Juno switched to a more hesitant tactic. He's not engaging as much, but he's staying far enough away from all those traps, for the most part, to avoid getting hit himself.
He's done a pretty good job of damaging two of the traps, and they're both having a hard time keeping up with him now. He's once again done better with a missile orbiter than I would have expected, but it's still not a matchup that I would have accepted.
It's still so weird considering that in vanilla this would be the missile orbiter would be sweeping the floor with the traps.
Yeah, the missile orbiter would just be skirting around the outside of the rod, and the match would be almost over. It'd probably be over by now. All of those shots going right now that are missing would be hitting dead on.
Kind of like that.
Yara might be able to pull it out if he gets enough of those.
Yeah. Still anyone's game.
If they get enough of those, getting my pronouns correct. But yeah, look at all of those misses. In vanilla, those would all be hits. But it's neat to see that HE is still doing decently well, even with the huge handicap it has, not being able to hit a lot of things. It suggests that if PD didn't exist, that HE missiles might be overpowered, if they're doing this well in this case. But that's personal opinion.
Taking a little more damage to the missile modules there. It's not what he wants to see. There goes one, and the last one is on fire. It might not spread, hard to tell.
Let's see, what do we got? Oh, he just took more damage. There he goes.
Yeah, that's a doomed module. So at this point, the only damage Juno can do is by pushing Ceres outside of the ring. And considering Ceres has 3 different ships, I'm not sure that's going to work.
Yep, it's gonna chain. And there's nothing he can do to stop it.
Except place fire extinguishers.
Yep, placing fire extinguishers is how you stop it. He might have been able to make it if he had shut off his factory and gotten enough ammo out of it, but he didn't have any. He didn't have anywhere for that ammo to go, and that would have required some pretty hot crew management.
I don't think it mattered much in the end because Ceres isn't doing much damage, but he's doing a little damage pretty consistently, so eventually that module would have gotten hit anyway.
At this point, pushing him out of the rod is not an option because he can push all he wants. One of the 3 ships will just stay in the middle, and the other 2 can leave all they want.
Yeah, and you can see how much of a difference the Ring of Death damage is making there. The small lasers are just really chewing through the armor. Not something you normally see.
Oops. There goes another. There goes a walkway. Goodbye, crew.
Ooh, and there goes a reactor.
Woof. Well, I do like to see resilient ships. Fire extinguishers be damned. He's lost most of his ship, and he's still trying. It's always good to see a resilient ship that can take a lot of damage and keep fighting, and it's always nice to see a resilient pilot that can take significant losses and keep at it, because you never know, there's always a chance.
Yeah.
Never give up, never surrender.
And I think that reactor is about to blow.
It is.
Yeah, there it
And there
goes.
it goes. Good
Good
game.
game.
Congratulations, Cyrus.
All right, so Saris, I believe this is the finals now. It's going to be going up against Slowking. Slowking, if you're listening to this, don't pick a missile orbiter. It doesn't work.
I don't understand why people are feeding Cyrus missile orbiters.
No, man.
A little
go
weird,
4 for
but whatever.
4. It'll be great.
The first thing I said when you asked me about the mod on this stream was, I don't think missile orbiters are a good idea. And the last thing that I said was, I think traps are going to be a problem.
These aren't even like proper traps. These are arguably weaker.
They're not quite fast enough, it seems. They're okay, they're fast, but they don't have the ability to change direction as quickly as some of the missile orbiters that you fought, which is the only reason why I think they survived.
Yeah.
Well, they didn't survive, but the only reason why they survived as long as they did.
Worth noting that traps do still have counters. They still get obliterated by decent rail fans, especially
Yes,
with
they
the
do.
long railgun buff.
Or a rail spinner, like what Slowking just pulled out.
Yeah. Which is, oh no, here we go again.
Yep, here we go.
Yeah, I'm starting a stopwatch.
Looks like that's a PDI on. Is that a PDI on? I think that's a PDI. I'm not sure. Maybe that's a laser wall. I'm not sure.
Those are... I've fired them before. They're cannon walls. Which are exceptionally difficult to keep up with.
Oh, you're going to have a hard time hitting it with all that strafe.
Yeah, I'm not gonna
And
bring
there's
that
two
ship. I would never land any nukes. I could use 3 of those ships and I would still expect to lose.
Right, that's fair.
Okay, buddy. Why are you actively waiting for me to pick a ship so you can counter it?
Is this the last match? This is the last match?
This is the last match, yes.
Okay. Alright, good.
If this is either the last match or the second to last match.
Yeah.
So since this is the finals, the way the finals work in a double elimination tournament, if the winner, if the person from the winner's bracket wins, then they just win. That's it. Congratulations. If the person from the loser's bracket wins, that basically brings them back into the winner's bracket, and then they fight again, and then the winner of that match is the total victor. So if Slowking wins this, he wins. If Saris wins this, he has to fight Slowking a second time. It has been 1 minute 30 seconds. I think once we hit 2.5 minutes, we need to put the foot down. It has been 2 minutes. And looks like they're maybe both comfortable with this. Well, comfortable with air quotes.
Interesting.
Accepting.
We talked about this matchup, Cyrus. Let's see what happens. Don't make me eat my hat.
How many hats have you gone through at this point?
I haven't had to eat more than one, and it was tough, and I don't want to do it again.
Right, so Cirrus's ship has, let's see, 12 railguns with 4 accelerators each, so that's going to hit pretty hard.
Cyrus is probably looking at, in short order, purging his armor, and interesting, that was a volley fire, not a fan, and I don't know why he did that.
I don't know either.
Cyrus is going to basically want to counter-rotate whichever direction Slowking is on him, and continue to get good shots on him without getting rammed too hard.
Which is kind of what's happening. That's what Slowking wants, is he wants to stay on Cirrus's side, or at least roughly stationary on his front. That way Cirrus doesn't really get much of a chance to fan or do any significant focused damage.
There was a hit, but it wasn't quite enough. Cyrus really needed that initial shot, and he didn't get it. I don't know what that was.
So Cyrus is auto-firing his railguns. That does 2 things. First of all, it overrides the fire at target that you normally get. Ooh.
Well, GG. Oh, were you in fire at will mode? Yep, that's what caused it. Yep, Cyrus just finished building that ship, and basically it was on fire at will mode, which means the moment the rails had anything that they could fire, they fired. Which means his first volley was fired at the corner of Slowking's ship, and wasn't able to do anything. It was just a wasted shot, and that first initial volley was what was going to make the difference. If he could snipe something really important, like one of those rear reactors, that could have made the difference. But yeah, since his weapons weren't configured correctly, he wasn't quite able to do it.
So I believe Slowking has technically at this point won the tournament. I think this is just a rematch for the sake of trying it again with the proper settings to see how it would have gone.
So Cyrus has got to get a really good first volley fan.
He'll probably either hit something significant or get very close to it. Or he'll just kind of get stuck again.
Yeah.
Now, what Cirrus was doing earlier, auto-firing his railguns, that does 2 things. First of all, it starts actually damaging the opponent. Ooh, that was close.
Spin hard, Cyrus. Spin hard.
It starts doing actual damage to the opponent.
Spin as hard as you can. Oh, are you in RTS or are you DC? Oh, he might be in RTS mode. That might be why he's not spinning as hard. He needs to spin as hard as he can, and if he starts... There you go. If you start clipping, just purge that armor and keep spinning. Because you can spin really hard on that design. Like, full on, hold D, and just keep going. There you go. Nope, don't stop, don't stop.
It's entirely possible that Cirrus is using... well, Cirrus normally uses RTS, which isn't the easiest for rail fans. So my guess is either he's using RTS and he's kind of struggling to get as much torque as he'd otherwise want, or he's using DC that he's not very used to and making a few more mistakes because of it.
Yep. Yeah, you just want to keep spinning. Spin hard. Spin really hard. Don't stop spinning. There you go. Whatever he does, just keep spinning in the same direction. Don't change directions for anything. Even if he rotates with you at this point, keep on going and just get as much spin rotation as you can. You should be able to spin hard enough to throw him off. And if you throw him off at the right time, done.
Doesn't look like he's using all of his spin thrust. I don't know why.
No, he's not. He's not.
Is he using hotkeys?
I don't know. There you go.
And there you go.
Good game. Good game,
Good game.
everyone. That wasn't for a tournament win. Slow King wins, but that was a good example of what Saris could have done if he was a little bit more configured.
Yeah, sometimes it's the smallest mistakes that cause the biggest. No, Saris, no.
What, you guys don't think that'd count?
No, we
No.
don't.
No, we don't.
He honored the rematch. I'd personally disagree, but meh.
It's up to you guys. Whatever.
I'm
It's
not
between
at all biased.
right.
Yeah, sure.
So were you in direct control the entire time, or were you in RTS
I
when
was
you
in
were when you were
RTS.
rotating? That's why you needed to be in DC in order to throw him off. That's how you needed to be able to shake him off. You just needed to be able to basically put yourself in DC mode, hold a turn direction, and turn as hard as you can. And if you start turning so hard that you catch them in the barrels, shed your front armor, keep turning. If you spin so hard that your shots are starting to misfire or they're spreading too much, slow down just a little bit, but just keep spinning them off and taking them out. And that's
Yeah.
pretty much how you kill a wall with a railfan like that.
Yeah, I didn't have the hotkeys set up. I thought that I would be spinning too much if I set all the turning to on. So I
Mhm.
was doing the hotkeys was like half of the turning thrust.
Oh, no
I
worries.
knew it.
That is a case where you just there's no substitute for using DC at that point.
Yeah.
That's how you get them at that point.
But the thing was, it's like, I'm gonna start picking out hammers if I'm experienced with swords. It's like, even if the sword is the wrong tool, it's still significantly more experienced.
No, I understand. That's fine. And we all have things to learn, for sure.
Yeah. I definitely have
So-
some things to fix on this ship.
Hopefully, it didn't seem like I was being overly hard on you, or that
No.
I was yelling at you too much on the stream.
No, it's fine.
But
All
all right, good deal.
Very invested in the match, entire tournament.
Right. Well, the way you built that ship reminds me of mine, so it was a little bit after my own heart. So, but yeah, it was a good match either way. It was interesting. So, congratulations, Slow King. Well played. And is this your first tournament win?
I think so. I believe they've consistently done well in tournaments in the past, but I don't think they've ever actually won one before.
Okay. Well, congratulations. Good deal. It's a good feeling.
Indubitably. Well done, Slow King. And this should be a cautionary tale for those who build ships. Make sure it works.
Test, double check all your hotkeys, add fire extinguishers, and don't bring missile orbiters to a trap fight.
Cyrus, it was an excellent comeback.
I got
It
all the
didn't
way
go
up to
your
the
way
end.
at the end, but it was an excellent comeback.
Yeah, that was impressive.
All the way up to the end, and then it's just I didn't build the ship right.
That said, in Cyrus's mod, don't use missile orbiters against traps.
You know, it's kind of funny that like 3 people did that.
I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, one
You
I can
just watched him
understand.
smoke him in the stream. You just heard us say, that was a bad pick. 3 times in a row.
Yeah, 1 or 2 I can understand, but 3, Alright, well, thank you everyone for watching. This has been a lot of fun.
Yeah, that was fun.
I don't know if we'll be doing this sort of tournament again in the near future. Depends on when 1.0 comes out and such, probably.
I
Depending
actually
on when
have
1.0 comes out. Yeah, that'll be the big one. But if it's gonna be a while, we might put our heads together and work on a new mod and try to balance this one and make some other changes, screw some other stuff around, and just kind of make it a little bit fresh again. Because we definitely got a lot of fresh new archetypes and weird things going on, and that's really what we wanted.
Yeah,
Yeah.
if Redstone is so willing, well, the mod will definitely be updated. Well, I think it should definitely be updated, and I'll be hosting another tournament. Of course, if everything, the stars align again. Because I think everybody enjoyed it. I think it was cool. I think that with the better mod, more people will be interested, since it's like less clearly unbalanced.
Yep.
Which I mean is attributable to how I won, but let's ignore that.
Oh, 3 times in a row. That's gonna be a thing.
But yeah, better nukes, and like presumably if we finalize the mod well enough, Walt will be like, you know, I'll just add this because it's all the competitive community agrees it's a better replacement.
Yeah, we'll move some stuff around. I think ships are constantly a little too fast right now. We'll definitely have, and if we do want to keep things as fast as they are, if we want to probably give missiles a tune-up so they can actually stand a chance of hitting fast-moving targets. And we'll probably want to look at doing some other changes we discussed, kind of like maybe changing EMP to give it a use other than, failing against armor.
Yeah. If there's one change I hope that sticks, I hope it's just the new nuke AI. Because even if it's not much more effective than the vanilla one, it is so much cooler both to use and to see.
It is.
Yes.
That one is a very much has potential. It is cooler. We did see some mines, and mines were changed too, but we didn't really see much of a difference in this case. But I would like to see the mines go forward, possibly in vanilla at some point too, because I think they work a little bit better.
Mines are pretty good as shock potential, but I did a lot of testing with other people, and once they figure out the gimmick, it's easy to counterpick, which means that like mines are a bad pick most, or if not all of the time. So yeah, but yeah, lots of ideas for the next one. Thank you for everyone for attending and disconnecting, I guess. The next tournament will be much earlier in the morning. Well, relative to my morning, it'll be much earlier by like 5 hours. No, 6 hours. So that should hopefully get a lot more people. Thanks to everyone that joined and helped test the mod, Walt for endorsing it, etc.